All right. Thank you, Mr. Port. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the City of Newburyport Zoning Board of Appeals for the hearing date of May 11th, 2021, it being 7 p.m., our published start time and public notice for this hearing. I'm going to start our meeting this evening and start by introducing myself. My name is Rob Champetti. I'm the Zoning Board Chair. Also in attendance this evening, I'll take a moment and introduce our board and the members of the Planning Office who are also in attendance. I'll then take a quick overview of the format for those of you that may have not participated in a public hearing via Zoom or in a Zoning Board of Appeals public hearing in particular. I'll quickly walk through the format and flow of this evening, how we will conduct the business of our agenda, and then we will begin by calling the roll, establishing a quorum to determine that we have enough voting members, and then getting right into the subject matter of this evening's agenda. I do note for everyone in attendance that we do have a very lengthy agenda this evening that will be fairly granular. So I will pay special attention in just noting that we try to adhere to the rules of order and moving smoothly through this evening's business, so that everyone will have an opportunity to speak, and with respect to getting through the business of this evening, that we can conduct the business that we're here to conduct. So with that, allow me to take a moment and just introduce those panelists that are here this evening. We have our city planner, Mr. Andy Port. Our planning director, Mr. Andy Port. Our city planner, Ms. Caitlin Sullivan, and also Ms. Gretchen Joy, our note taker and keeper of the minutes. In addition to that, we also have Ms. Jennifer Blanchett, our zoning commissioner, zoning codes enforcement officer. And also attending this evening is attorney Jonathan Eichman. From Copeland and Page. Copeland and Page is the law firm based in Boston that serves as the City of Newburyport city solicitor. And at the request of our planning director, Mr. Port, we've asked that for the benefit of the board and the benefit of the public and the efficiency and efficacy of the hearing matters this evening, we've asked Attorney Eichman to participate and offer counsel to the board. With that, we have the members of the Zoning Board of Appeals this evening, Mr. Mark Moore, our vice chair, Mr. Stephen Delisle, our secretary, Mr. Ken Swanton, member, Mr. Walter Channon, member, and Mr. Gregory Bennick, associate member. And again, my name is Rob Champetti, chairman. With that, I will just take a quick moment and call our roll, establish our quorum. I'll then just walk everyone quickly through the flow of this evening. And we will then get into our agenda, beginning with a minor modification and one request for continuance. After that, we will actually do the request for a continuance first, then a minor modification on 37A Ashland. Then we'll get into the public hearings that are on our agenda. So with that, I will call the roll and we'll seek to establish a quorum. Calling the roll of the Newburyport Zoning Board of Appeals for the hearing of May 11th, 2021. Please respond in saying either present or here. Mr. Mark Moore.
Here.
Mr. Stephen Delisle.
Here.
Mr. Ken Swanton.
Here.
Mr. Walter Channon.
Here.
And Mr. Gregory Bennick.
Present.
And Rob Champetti, I'm present as well. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 members of the ZBA. All members are present. That's a full quorum. And I'll just note for purposes of process, the Zoning Board of Appeals will have 5 members who will actually vote on every application. In order for an application to be successful, 4 members have to vote in the affirmative. We have, I believe, the 5 voting members this evening will on all of the applications. And Andy, correct me if I'm wrong, if there's any application where there is a recusal, I believe we have the voting members will be Mr. Mark Moore, myself, Mr. Stephen Delisle, Mr. Ken Swanton, and Mr. Walter Channon. Is that right, or do we have an application that requires a recusal?
Yes, that's correct. Thank you.
Great. And our associate member, Mr. Gregory Bennick, will be participating in all deliberations. He just won't be rendering a vote unless a member has to recuse themselves mid-application. So with that underway, allow me to just walk everyone who is in attendance here as members of the public that are participating in this evening's ZBA. I'll just quickly describe how the ZBA and in fact every public hearing that's operated via Zoom or otherwise is conducted. We operate here at the ZBA under a sort of modified version of Robert's Rules of Order. So essentially what will happen is we will begin the flow of every application by, I will read the application by name, description, as well as whomever might be representing the applicant, and the address. We'll also just describe for the benefit of all those who are in attendance to identify the application's request, whether the applicant is seeking a special permit for nonconformities, a variance, et cetera, et cetera. After I read the legal notice, we will then hear from the applicant. That's the section of the hearing when we hear from the applicant or the applicant's representatives, attorneys, architects, engineers, all of the above, in presenting the application. Once the application is presented, we will then close that portion of the public hearing, and I will then go to the public comment section. The public comment section is when we will elicit members of the public to speak either in support or opposition, or simply speak in connection with the application. Don't feel as though you need to pick a side. We do ask, for the benefit of Ms. Gretchen Joy, our note taker, that you kindly just give your first and last name and your address so that it can be recorded. And then we do ask, out of just courtesy of timing and so that everyone has an opportunity to speak, we ask that everyone kindly try to limit your remarks to 2 minutes. So that everyone will have an opportunity. And, we do have some flexibility, but this evening we're going to have to be fairly rigorous about holding ourselves and each other to, somewhat of a strict standard so that everyone has time to speak. So once we conclude, and when you want to speak, I will ask that you kindly just click the raised hand button at the bottom of your Zoom screen. Mr. Port, our planning director, will then recognize you by name or by telephone number if that's how you've logged in, and he will unmute your mic, and you will then have the floor. And feel free to simply let the board know what your thoughts are, concerns, or support, or opposition, etc. Once we finish and we've gone throughout the entirety of all those who wish to speak, I will then close that portion of the public hearing, and then we go to questions from the board. The questions from the board segment is an opportunity for members of the ZBA to oftentimes embrace questions that may have been posed or new issues that may have been raised during the public comment section. Just for those members of the public that are wondering, well, how does my question get carried into the forum? It's often this way. So members of the ZBA will have their own questions, perhaps new questions, perhaps comments raised by the public will create new questions and follow-on questions. That's how essentially that subject matter is adapted and incorporated into the hearing. Once each member of the ZBA has had an opportunity to pose questions to the applicant's representatives, etc., we will then close that portion of the public hearing, and we'll go to the final portion of the public hearing before a vote, which is deliberations. Deliberations is essentially the segment when members of the audience and everyone in attendance gets to listen to the ZBA members think out loud, effectively. And in part of that thinking and deliberation, the ZBA is required to conform their deliberations around the legal criteria that must be met by the applicant in order for that application to be successful. And the legal criteria will be discussed, and then you will listen in as the members of the ZBA deliberate and pose additional questions and speak their mind and share their thoughts with respect to whether the applicant has met that burden or not. Sometimes there's additional questions, and we try to be somewhat flexible, and we try to vet that as best we can under the time constraints we have. Once we've completed deliberations, we will then close that portion of the public hearing, and under the Robert's Rules of Order, you will hear me as the chairman ask for a motion from a member of the ZBA. The way the motion is presented, however, it's always in the form of a motion to approve. That's just merely procedural. It doesn't mean that member of the ZBA is planning to support an application or is planning to vote that way, but merely procedurally, that's how the matter is advanced to the next stage. That's how the application and the motion makes it to the floor. That motion has to be seconded. Once a motion is made and seconded, I will then call the roll, and we'll go through the roll, and each member of the ZBA will vote either yay or nay, or yes or no. And again, we need 4 members of the ZBA to vote in the affirmative in order for the application to pass. And then if that happens, then the ayes would have it, the motion carries and the application is approved. And if not, then the nays have it and the application is denied. So we will move through each hearing in that format. And again, we ask everyone's courtesy and cooperation to try to be as succinct as possible, but do please be sure to share your thoughts so that members of the ZBA and all those in attendance will know what each member who wishes to speak has to say. So without further ado, we will go into our first matter. Before we get into the minor modification, we do have a request for continuance, and this is on the application for 14 Highland Avenue. It's a special permit for nonconformities, and it's been requested by the applicant's attorney that we consider a continuance. And Attorney Mead is representing the applicant. Attorney Mead, do you wish to be heard on the request, or just do you have a date in particular you wish us to consider?
The applicant's request that it be continued to your next meeting, May 25th, please.
Okay, was that, what was that date again? Sorry.
May 25th.
May 25th. And Andy and Caitlin, is that, I don't have our calendar.
Yeah, we just wanted to note that that meeting does have a pretty booked agenda, so it'll be up to you, of course, Chair, but that we do have a lot on that agenda already.
May 25th. I actually, I believe I may need to be absent on May 25th. Not that that necessarily matters, but I believe I may be away for the first time in a long, long time. So I have no problem with it. How many applications do we have?
Caitlin, do you recall the exact number?
Looks like there are 6 applications on that agenda.
Well, let me ask any members of the ZBA, anyone have any thoughts or objections, or does anyone have any problems with that date and adding a 6th? Mr. Moore.
So this would be adding to make it 7?
Would this make it 7, Caitlin?
That's correct. It would make it 7.
Without knowing the details of the applications off the top of my head, I mean, we've moved through lists maybe this long before, but I don't know if it's ideal.
Mr. Delisle?
I would concur with Mr. Moore. I don't know that 7 applications is ideal.
Let me ask, any member of the ZBA feel otherwise, or is this kind of the sentiment that it may be one too many? Mr. Swanton?
I concur as well with my colleagues.
All right, Mr. Shannon?
Agreed.
Mr. Bennett?
I may have a different perspective on this. I think one additional item does not overburden the board.
Okay. Attorney Mead, is there any flexibility on that date, or is that kind of a date critical? That obviously that's why you're asking, I imagine.
It is a date critical, and we would be up tonight, but we've had a couple of unforeseen circumstances, so we apologize for that. And we would request the board's indulgence to carry on through 7 matters on the 25th.
All right. Thank you, Attorney Mead. I mean, I think I maybe fall in line with Mr. Bennett on this. I don't necessarily have an objection. Obviously, it tacks onto our already, I'm sure, long evening. But this is going to be a matter of the vote of the board. If why don't we just attempt a motion to continue to the 25th and see where it falls. Do we have a motion?
Okay, I'll move to continue 14 Highland Ave special permit for nonconformities application 2021-15 to the May 25th meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Do we have a second?
Bud Shagnon. Oh, sorry. No, go ahead. All right, Bud Shagnon, I'll second that.
All right, motion's made by Mr. Moore and seconded by Mr. Shannon. Calling the roll, Mr. Moore,
Yes.
Mr. Delisle,
No.
Mr. Swanton,
Okay, yes.
Mr. Shannon,
Yes.
Mr. Bennett,
Yes.
and Rob Champetti. I'll vote yes as well. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 5 in the affirmative. The ayes have it. The motion carries. The matter is continued to the meeting of 5/25.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Attorney Mead. Thank you, members of the ZBA. Okay, moving on now to our matter in the section 2 of our agenda, minor modification. This is a minor modification request on the property 37A Ashland Street. And this was in an application that we originally saw, I believe, in 2007, a special permit for nonconformities. May we hear from the applicant? I believe it is Mr. Paul Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, if you please.
And Chair, this is Andy. I do not see Paul in the audience at present, unless he's perhaps underneath someone else's name temporarily. Paul, if you want to raise your hand. Otherwise, Chair, we're happy to provide a quick overview of the.
Very good. Yes, if you could, Andy, that would be great.
Okay, so there was a quick snapshot image of the existing structure. And it looks like we do have Paul here underneath Jeanette and Paul, are you able to unmute and speak to the board?
I hope so, yes. Hello.
Great, thank you.
Hi, this is Paul Sullivan. I'm here with my wife Jeanette. We're the owners here at 37A Ashland Street. What we're looking to do is put on a small open portico over the front door that you see there on the first floor. We have a two-step entry going up to the door. This is a photo of the one we would like to do. This is on a house that's just down the street from us. So it would be 2 columns in the front. Ours would actually extend down to the first step instead of up on the second, and would go up to this small roof covering which would then cover the entryway. We do have the door is open to the weather when you open it right away. And we have a shelf, kind of a ledge that runs across our house above that, above our second story between the second and third floor. That drips a lot of water down. In the winter, we've had ice come down, kind of build up on that ledge and then fall down on these steps. So what we'd like is just to have a little cover over the front entryway. So when we were going in and out, it would be a little easier on us. And the weather, wouldn't be so directly impactful to us. You can see the ledge up on the triangle on the third floor. So that's basically it. We're just looking to have that small cover for our front entry.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Was there anything else?
No, nothing from us. That would be it.
Great. Thank you very much. Any comments or questions from the ZBA? Mr. Moore?
I have none.
Mr. Delisle?
I don't have any comments either.
Mr. Swanton?
Yeah, I just had one, and it's really for Andy Port, which is in the staff report, you guys indicated this is a permit from 2007, and this is just a minor change. Did I understand that staff report to be pretty much that's the gist of it?
Yeah, we see this as a minor modification to the approval previously granted, and that's why we're bringing it to the board, but we recommend approval.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted that clarification. Thank you. That's it for me.
Very good. Thank you. Mr. Chen?
No questions, Chair.
Mr. Bennett?
No questions here.
Similar, I have no questions either. Thank you, members of the ZBA. I do notice, Mr. and Ms. Sullivan, I see your hands up. Is there something else you wish to add, or is that just a hold
Oh,
up?
it's not up, sorry.
No worries. We just want to make sure we
No,
we just want to be
sorry.
thorough.
Just
Very
didn't-
good. Okay, so do we have, without any further discussion or deliberation, is there a motion to approve the minor modification?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to consider the request minor and approve the request for a minor modification for 37A Ashland Street. That's 2007-12.
I'll second it. Ken Swanton.
Very good. Motion's made by Mr. Moore and seconded by Mr. Swanton. Calling the roll. Mr. Moore?
Yes.
Mr. Delisle?
Yes,
Mr. Swanton?
Yes.
Mr. Shannon?
Yes.
Rob Champetti, I vote yes. That is 5 in the affirmative. The ayes have it. The motion carries. And the minor modification of the request is considered minor, and the minor modification request is approved on 37A Ashland Street. Thank you, members of the ZBA, and Mr. and Mrs. Sullivan. Thank you for your cooperation.
Okay.
Good
Thank
luck.
you.
Thank
Thanks.
you.
All right, now we're moving to the first matter in the public hearings. This matter is a continuation from a hearing on 4/13/2021. I was not qualified, having missed a previous hearing, so I did not participate in that hearing. Having since I've been able to qualify myself, so I can chair and participate in this continuation hearing. So with that, I'll just read the public notice. This is the application for 27 Hancock Street, Caswell Development LLC, care of Lisa Mead, Mead, Tellerman and Costa LLC. It's a two-prong application, docket 2021-02, special permit for nonconformities to renovate and add onto an existing home and convert to a two-family home, and then 03 of 2021, a special permit to allow for a two-family use, and that's use 102. Attorney Mead, do you wish to just kindly recap, bring us as a board up to speed, and then of course you have the floor to finish presenting.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Lisa Mead, Tellerman Costa, 30 Green Street in Newburyport. With me this evening is Jay Caswell of Caswell Development, as well as Eileen Graff, who is the architect on the project. As the board might recall, in April, the board approved a two-family use for the adjacent property on the opposite side of Levitt Court and adjacent on Hancock Street for the two-family use. One of the things the board was considering at the time, we were waiting on the planning board to finish its process to allow for a courts and lanes special permit and subdivision approval. While the planning board hasn't quite finished that process yet, and Andy, you can go to the next slide. They did essentially at their last meeting run through all of the criteria, but for getting the final decision in front of them, they have, while not having voted on it, apparently will be approving the courts and lane and subdivision special permit at their next hearing next week. Tonight, we are continuing with the application on 27 Hancock Street, which has an existing structure on it for a two-family use and a special permit for nonconformities. When we were here before, the board was reticent to approve the two-family use without seeing the final design and how the applicant was going to address the additions to the existing structure. So if you could go to the next. So what we've proposed to you this evening is compliant with the city's new interpretation of the DCOD. We believe it better delineates the existing structure, keeping the front porch and roof intact and 75% of the exterior walls as required. The only nonconformity of 27 Hancock is the pre-existing 5.7-foot setback from Levitt Court, which is from the front porch, and that will continue at 5.7 feet. If you could continue that, please. So what I will remind the board is that 27 Hancock is actually, as it exists, an outlier in the district. The lot is large and the house sits in the middle of the lot, has a very small footprint as opposed to the rest of Hancock Street, which is quite densely developed. In fact, there isn't one that I recall lot or structure on the property that meets the existing dimensional requirements of the ordinance. The proposal, as you'll see momentarily, it fills in the lot while also remaining more in line with the dimensional requirements and the surrounding neighborhood. It provides a complement to the proposed structure at 21 to 25 Hancock Street and the completed Levitt Court. So here is the revised site plan. Last we were with the board, we did not have the completed site plan on 27 Hancock Street. You can see the existing structure on the site plan. And what I'm going to do is have Eileen walk you through the design process of the new two-family structure at 27 Hancock Street. And then we will remind the board of the various criteria involved in the special permit for nonconformities, as well as the special permit for use, in addition to all of the improvements that the applicant's going to make. I'll remind the board at this moment, however, you might recall that there is an existing non-conforming commercial use and structure on 21 to 25 Hancock Street. And this proposed redevelopment of the entire area of both lots will greatly improve what is currently a pretty sad situation with great visibility from the city's very popular rail trail. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Eileen, who's going to talk about the development of the design of 27 Hancock Street.
Thank you, Lisa. So good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Since the last time we were in front of you, the design of the duplex has been modified. Actually, do you mind if we just stay on the site plan just for a moment, just to orient, please? Thank you. So the modifications started with a focus on that existing structure, as that was the sort of the critical starting piece. And what I want to point out in that original structure there, right where the cursor is, the original 1.5-story form is in that darker level, and that includes, there's sort of a slight dash line that goes vertically there. That's the back side of the 1.5-story structure. On the Levitt Court side, you could see where it says 5.7. That's the existing covered porch, and that is proposed to remain, as opposed to the original design that was removed. So that is remaining. Then on the back side of the structure, to the right of where you see these 3 dashed lines, there's an existing 1-story hipped roof section. Again, that is remaining intact. The changes to the original structure are rather minor and simply about adding a window and modifying one window to be a slider to that porch that you see on the rear. But otherwise, our focus was how to attach to it with in order to create this new duplex. So as you can see, the connection towards Hancock, that everything towards Hancock is going to continue to be part of Unit A, connected to the original structure there. And most of its living space is on that Hancock Street side of the original unit. And it's been modified as such a little bit closer to the street than the previous, but the driveway and the garage are still in the same configuration as it was before, but slightly towards Hancock. Then if you look towards the, as you go further towards Levitt, on the back side of the existing structure is the Unit B. And again, similar in floor plan, slight modifications, but maintaining conceptually the 3-bedroom, the attached garage, et cetera, but slight shift in its configuration as well, but more or less the same in concept. So now we could switch to an elevation. Thank you. So starting on that lower drawing, again, reiterating where the existing structure is to remain, that is that section right where you could see at the bottom, existing to remain. The front porch is there. You could see all the original openings are still there. They've updated the windows to be 2/1. And in this front elevation, we've actually just added one more window to the right of that door in the covered porch. But you could see the new addition of Unit A towards Hancock, towards the right, and then Unit B towards the left. One thing that was consistent is that this existing structure was the launching point of our design throughout the project for both 27 and 21 to 25 Hancock. This lower eaved gable form is present in both duplexes. And with that, we took this form and juxtaposed it. So, you know, into other gables to help modify and bring down the scale of this continuous structure. Long overhangs, detailing of siding. We've got horizontal boarding combined with some board and batten. We've got some high-end windows that are mostly double hung, 2/1. There are some awnings and casements that sort of create some special moments within the structure. But again, all working together to try to help create depth to the structure, bring down some of the scale with the varying roofs. There's 1-story aspects as well as the 1.5-story for roof lines, but really picking up on that original structure as well as the neighborhood, that this is a scale in height that is consistent throughout the neighborhood. So that was really what we were striving for. Both these structures, Unit A and Unit B, have gotten smaller than the originally proposed in square footage. Unit A is now 2,000, just over 2,600, and Unit B is just over 2,700. So slightly smaller than previously. So again, in summary, as mentioned before, these were designed in unison with 21, 25 as a way to fill this void in the block by creating this sort of infill, the missing tooth that we feel that this complex of 4 units for residences will help improve this feel of this corner that abuts the rail trail as well as Hancock. So that is briefly the summary of the changes we have made, but I'm happy to speak to or answer any questions as they arise.
Thank you, Eileen. So as the board knows, for special permit for nonconformities, the first criteria is that there are no new nonconformities, and we have shown that we're retaining the existing nonconformity of 5.7. We do extend that along Levitt Court. It's stepped back, but it continues to be a slight nonconformity along Levitt Court. So that is extended in that the proposed structure will not be substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood than the existing structure. And what we would like to point out is, as we have both said, that here the single family home as it exists today is an aberration in the neighborhood. No other lot in the neighborhood is either as large, sits on a lot that is as large as this, or has as limited lot coverage. Currently there's 5% lot coverage, and the proposal is to be at 23.8. And while that certainly is not the same lot coverage that exists throughout the neighborhood, which is much greater, it's within the requirements of the zoning and is much closer to what the rest of the neighborhood is. So the proposed condition is still well below the other density in the neighborhood on each of the other lots. It conforms to all of the dimensional requirements of the ordinance, but for that existing front yard setback. The applicant is also providing landscaping. If you could go to the last slide, please, Andy. And so to remind the board, the city had requested that the applicant clean up and re-landscape the entire side of the rail trail that abuts this property. And the applicant worked with not less than 5 city officials to get an approved plan, and they have approved this plan. So they will be doing that. The applicant will be removing the 3 dead street trees that exist, maybe 2 dead street trees that exist on Hancock Street, and planting 4 new street trees. There isn't sufficient area on Hancock Street, and so they will be planted on private property. What this board probably is not aware of is that the planning board had requested that we include easements to the city to be able to maintain those trees if required in the future, which the applicant has agreed to do. Additionally, the applicant will be putting in a brick sidewalk the entire length of both properties. It's required to put in a cement sidewalk, but because of some requests from some of the neighbors, it will be a brick sidewalk that runs the entire length of the property fronting on Hancock Street. Additionally, the applicant has addressed the neighbors' concerns and planting requests adjacent to 29 Hancock Street, and those are all shown on this plan as well. So overall, as we had gone over a couple of meetings ago, that applicant's property, certainly the intensity of the use on the lot is far below that of any lot in the nearby vicinity, except of course the NEPS up at the end of the street, which is not a residential use, it's a club use. And the 2-family use on this lot certainly fits within the neighborhood from a use perspective, which has everything from multifamily to 2-family to single families up and down Hancock Street, and Madison Street being a multifamily right at the corner of Madison and Hancock Street. Additionally, I would ask the chair, I don't need to do this, but I would remind the chair that we did review all of the special permit criteria 3 meetings ago, I believe. I'm happy to review those again, but I think that for the record, all the special permit criteria related to a 2-family use exists in the record, but I would be happy to address any of those criteria should the board need me to do so. And with that, the applicant would request the board approve the 2-family use at Levitt Court and Hancock Street at 27 Hancock Street, as well as a modification to a pre-existing non-conforming structure.
Very good. Thank you, Attorney Mead, and thank you, Ms. Graff, for the presentation. We will close that portion of the public hearing and now open it up for the public comment section. And I'll ask Mr. Port to put up our placard with instructions on public comment. You'll see in the Newburyport Zoning Board of Appeals, we do ask that each member of our audience and those in attendance who wish to speak to kindly pay courtesy and kind respect to the criteria of a 2-minute per person general time limit, just so that in the interest of everyone having an opportunity to speak and allow their thoughts to be shared. With that, we just ask that you kindly raise your hand and Andy Port will recognize you one at a time. And we just would remind you to please give your full name and address for our note taker. Mr. Port.
Hey, Chair. Next person we have is Fred Nyhart. Fred, you'll have to unmute on your end if you'd like to address the board. Fred, I see we're unmuted on our end, but you'll have to unmute on your end as well.
Andy, why don't we'll just circle back to Mr. Neinhart.
I'm sorry, there's just technical problems. I did not raise my hand.
Oh, very good.
Okay, thank you, Fred.
Welcome.
Clarifying. Next person we have then is Marianne McCauley.
Thank you, Andy. Ms. McCauley, this is Chair Champetti. You can just unmute your mic and you have the floor.
And Chair, I know that Marianne seems to be having another technical issue. We noticed this at a prior meeting, and I'm wondering if it is the same issue we saw last time. Marianne, if you are having that issue, you can use the call-in number to address the board. I guess we'll go to the next person in line as well. Next person we have is Tom Coulterjohn.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Mr. Coulterjohn. We hear you.
Thank you. Tom Coulterjohn, 64 Federal Street, co-president of the Newburyport Preservation Trust. The trust continues to oppose this project in its current form. We would very much like to see this area cleaned up and housing sympathetic to the neighborhood be completed. We fully agree with the neighbors' concerns expressed in their letter of May 2nd. This project remains too large for the neighborhood, no matter the square footage of the lot. It just does not fit into the existing neighborhood pattern. We believe, in fact, this project will impair the integrity and character of this neighborhood, and it should be modified and scaled down. It is too massive. It sets up a totally different neighborhood, inconsistent with Hancock Street. Although the treatment of the historic building at 27 Hancock has changed somewhat, it is still not recognizable as a historic house. The wings or additions added to each side of the building, although somewhat smaller, detract from its character and create something new. So now it would have a projection of some sort on every single side of the house that goes beyond reasonable and is not historic in nature. We urge you to take into consideration the neighbors and our concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coulterjohn. Mr. Port, we can recognize the next person.
Next person we have is Michael Sayles.
Okay, I've unmuted myself. Good evening. So a couple of things that strike me. First of all, Mr. Coulterjohn's position is always worthy of respect. Secondly, I'm looking at a picture of a small building with what looks like a two-car garage and a lot of cars parked around in a large driveway area. And I'm interested to know if this application is going to address that. It seems like it is going to address that, but as Tom said, the massiveness of the proposal is concerning to me. Second question I want to ask, and I'm not sure if this is appropriate or not, but I'm going to ask it anyhow. Is this applicant the same applicant as the owners of the Caswell Restaurant Group? And with that, I'm complete.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Sayles. Andy, if we could recognize the next member of the public who wishes to speak.
Next person we have is Luke Rude.
Yes, hi. Luke Rude, 17 Lunt Street. My property looks directly at the property in question, and I'm supportive of the endeavor. I think I was told at a previous meeting that we would have arborvitaes placed so that we weren't looking directly at the property that's there. I think certainly the current proposal looks much more pleasing to the eye, at least from my vantage point from my house, than what's currently there. And so I just wanted to voice my support. I do think it would be probably a little more consistent with the neighborhood if it were two separate structures, but I'm supportive.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Rude. Andy, the next individual that wishes to be heard.
Thank you, Chair. We actually, Fred Nyhart has his hand raised again. Fred, did you want to address the board this time? Or?
Andy, I believe his hand is, Mr. Nyhart's hand is now down. I do.
John Growitz.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to make a comment. I've been on all the meetings pertaining to this project, and I think that there's been a lot of care and consideration, both in listening to the board and the modifications that they had liked to see. I think that there's been a ton of detail on the architect's part to make this a pleasing pleasing project in a lot and lots that clearly need to change. I don't think it's ever going to be perfect in everyone's eyes, but I think the things that are going to be done to make this project pretty from the rail trail where, you know, most of the people are going to be viewing it, taking into account, I've heard a lot of talks about size and scale. If you look at it from a square footage angle, yeah, it's a large project, but there are many other houses on that street that are closer and higher and actually more imposing. So if you think about the way that it will appear from the street, I think all in all, it's going to be a great addition to that neighborhood. And I'm sure a lot of neighbors are going to be happy to be looking at those buildings as opposed to what is there right now. So I support the project and I think it will be good for the neighborhood.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Growitz. And Andy, do we, I know that we had a request from, it looked like the hand was up of Miss McCauley at some point. Were we able to get that back online?
We did not actually, and I do want to note that for anybody who's called in, we do have a couple of callers. There is a way to unmute yourself or raise your hand. If you'd like to speak, you can press *9. And we do actually, I momentarily saw Marianne raise her hand.
While we're waiting to see if there's anyone else who wishes to speak in support, opposition, or simply speak in connection with this, I want to note that the board has received a copy of the letter dated May 2nd, 2021, addressed to both Mr. Port, Planning Director, Bonnie Sontag, Chair of our Planning Board, myself as Chair of the ZBA, with respect to this application from the residents concerned with 2127 Hancock Street development. And this letter was signed by Miss Marianne McCauley, along with what I believe is 27 other residents. So I want to note the letter itself that's been received by the board. I know as one member of the board, I've thoroughly read it and want to give Miss McCauley or anyone the opportunity to speak to it. But rest assured, these comments are part of our record. So we will, and you may well find members of the ZBA in echoing some of the concerns or questions that are raised within this letter. So whether or not we get to hear from Ms. McCauley, rest assured this
I'm here.
Our record. Very good, Ms. McCauley. This is Chair Ciampetti. If you wish to speak, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. So during the public session of the planning board meeting, I read a portion of that letter signed, as you noted, by 28 members, residents of Hancock, Lund, Purchase, and Madison Streets. Chief among our concerns is the possibility of contaminants on the property. We referenced the property's prior use as Booton's Bus Depot. Neighbors who have lived in the community since the 70s have advised that buses were not only housed at the depot, they were serviced there as well. This raises concerns that gasoline possibly containing lead, as lead was not outlawed as an additive to gas until '97. There is also concern regarding the possibility of asbestos, as asbestos was commonly used in the manufacture of brake pads. In addition to the servicing of vehicles, there is also concern that asbestos may be in the building itself. Asbestos was commonly used as an insulator and also used in concrete mixtures to reduce cracking. In response to the neighbor's letter, Ms. Mead referred to an assessment conducted in 1988, which revealed no contaminants in the soil. However, if I understood correctly, that assessment does not have to be made public. We therefore do not know if the ground under the floor of the building was tested. I would assume that the building itself was not tested. Ms. Mead further stated that the current owner was not responsible for conducting any assessments beyond that of the immediate past owner of the property. Referring to the special request for permit dated 1/27/21 signed by Caswell Development and Lisa Mead, under item number 9, it states that the construction and thereafter use will not create hazardous materials and transmissions. My questions are the following. In the absence of an assessment of the ground under the building and the building itself, how can this be guaranteed? And 2, what city agency will be responsible for ensuring safety, and how will they be able to do so in the absence of an assessment? Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. McCauley. And are there any other hands? Anyone else wish to be? I see.
We have one other person, Stephanie Nikitich.
Very good. Ms. Nikitich, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. So I want to just support Tom Coulterjohn's statements, and the rest, you know, the letter that was sent to you by the abutters, that this is the scale and massing of this, and the materials, the design, it's not really appropriate to that neighborhood. So if that is something you can consider, I think I ask that you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nikitich. Anyone else wish to be heard? Seeing no further hands, anyone still wish to be heard, please feel free to just raise your hand at the bottom and we'll recognize you. Going once, going twice. Keep in mind, if someone's hand is raised shortly after we close that portion, we do have some flexibility to circle back. We're just going to try to move forward if we can. So with that, we will close this portion of the public hearing and go to questions from the board. And with the indulgence of my colleagues on the board, I would like to just launch in with one question, since it's sort of apropos to what we've just heard. This is a question for Attorney Mead with respect to questions raised in the letter of Ms. McCauley and we'll say and neighbors regarding the 21E. I believe it was a two-pronged question, and I'd like to echo that question and see if there's any additional feedback we can glean. I think if I heard correctly, the two-prong of the question was, in the absence of a 21E, how might the applicant and how might the neighbors and neighborhood and we as a board content ourselves with respect to contamination in that criteria number 9 of a special permit. And then the second prong was if Attorney Mead, you wish to address it, what, if any, city department, board, or commission would serve as sort of arbiter of that and governance over that in the absence of a 21E. And I realize I'm just trying to sort of paraphrase what I believe is the sort of the substance of this question that's contained in that letter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would just remind the board, I'm happy to answer this question. We've answered this here and at the planning board on a couple of occasions, and I'm happy to answer it again. Because of course the applicant would not either want to cause himself harm or any of his employees or anybody around there. But the building exists on 21 to 25 Hancock Street into Levitt Court a little bit, but not on 27 Hancock Street. And therefore it's really not germane to the discussion that's happening with this board today. So I would just like to point that out prior to the board considering this, but I am happy for informational purposes to answer the question nonetheless. So the applicant was provided a 21E and test pits were done in 1988 when this changed use to the current electrical contractor use, and it hasn't changed since. And therefore the financing parties and the applicant are not required nor need to get a 21E done, which is a hazardous material assessment on the property. But however, nonetheless, the city and under state law, under the building code and the fire department, fire code, all have control and oversight over the demolition of a building. And the applicant is required to do an asbestos assessment on the building, both the materials in the building as well as on the building prior to any demolition. That assessment is done by a professional asbestos assessor, abatement tester, and those results are given to the building department prior to the demolition of the building. And so if there is anything that's discovered in the process of demolition, the parties that are removing that are required to report those under Chapter 21E to both the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, get involved in LSP, follow the requirements of the Massachusetts contingency plan, and do the appropriate filings if there's an RTD that's supposed to be obtained or whatever. That is not foreseen in this particular instance, but there is direct oversight by the building department and the building inspector in the city of Newburyport, as well as the fire chief under the state fire code. So that's the answer related to the removal of the building on 21 to 25 Hancock Street.
Thank you, Attorney Mead. I'll move along to other members of the board with respect to further questions, starting with Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have just a couple of questions for Ms. Graff, if I could, and it's just on the, if you could remind us and those in attendance here, you mentioned that both units A and B, the square footage was made slightly smaller. Could you just remind us of what the actual delta was? How much smaller?
That's a good question, Mr. Moore. I don't have the old one in front of me, but I want to say, if you give me a minute, actually, if you go to another question, maybe I'll pull up my old one and I can give you an exact delta.
Okay, and it's gonna, you have to solve the multitask. I'm gonna ask you about roof lines attaching to the existing house. And I know that there was some comment in the first iteration that they were basically consuming the existing house, and it doesn't look like that's the case now. So I went back and tried to look at them to the eye. It's not as easy to see. So I wondered if you could give more detail on that.
I sure can. So as you can see on the left side, it's basically we're attaching with a smaller or narrower gable. If you can imagine the existing structure right there, we're maintaining that same pitch, but the width of the connector, which is perpendicular on the left, is narrower. Therefore, the ridge line gets smaller. And then on the right side, similarly, the connector is even narrower. So once again, getting smaller in height. So it's really sort of detaching. We're only attaching on or changing or overlapping, I should say, on two sides, the left and the right. The front and the back are untouched. You know, that front porch that you see there is untouched. The back side is untouched. So those are remaining. In fact, really 75% of it, just over 75% of it is intact. And so that overlay that you see to the left and right is just less than 25%.
Very good. Thank you. And I trust you'll be able to grab the other answer at some point.
I'll come back to you with that
Sure.
delta.
Yep, that's fine.
I think, Eileen, so there were two, the board might recall, this is Lisa Mead, the board might recall that originally the applicant was requested to reduce the square footage from our original submission, which has a January 26th date on the plans, and that was reduced in February. So I have, Eileen, I have your plans in front of me.
You
so I'm
do,
gonna
okay. I have them too.
Yeah. So the January 26th floor plans show Unit A at 3,096 square feet and Unit B at 3,214 square feet. And then in on the February 29th submission, the Unit A was 3,178 and Unit B was 2,934. And then you have the proposed right in front of you.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Mr. Delisle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple questions. Again, these are directed to Ms. Graff. Could you just quickly, and I know that this is sort of maybe hard because there's so many different roof lines, but what is the sort of mean roof height for this building?
Mean roof height. If we went, Andy, to an exterior elevation.
Here we go.
There.
Oh, yeah, that's helpful.
Okay, and can you see it to the left there?
Yeah, I can see the building height. So that's, yeah. That's helpful. And then my second and final question is, what is the overall length of the structure?
So the overall length, that's a good question. In this last iteration, there was sort of a trying, in the effort to try to sort of give the existing house some breathing room, I pulled the structure on the Hancock Street side a little closer to the street. So yet at the same time, I made the tail end, the left side of that bottom drawing, a little shorter too, but in totality ended up at 116 overall.
Okay, that's good. Thank you. That's it for me.
Okay.
Very good. Mr. Swanton.
My first question is, I think Attorney Mead mentioned that the planning board hasn't yet approved Levitt Court, but they essentially are about to. And I appreciate your input, but I just could the planning office, do you concur with that? Is the planning board, is that issue kind of off the table? They're about to approve Levitt Court?
Yeah, this is Andy. I can't speak for the board, of course, but from our understanding of the hearing process and where they are with that particular project, yes, we do expect them to approve, in totality what was been presented to them for Levitt Court. There were a couple of minor adjustments or conditions discussed, but nothing that was substantive or large.
Okay, for my next question, it was mentioned earlier, the letter from the 27 different abutters. Could you put that up, that letter? Because I had a question.
If you give me one moment.
I appreciate it. Thank you. It's rare that we get a letter from 27 abutters. So I just want to delve into, we talked earlier about the hazardous waste element, which was item 1 in the letter, but there was an item 2 in the letter that had a lot to do with scaling. And that's one of the things we have to consider here. So item 2, they say, as it shows here, as per special permit criteria, will not impair the integrity and character of the district. And the letter goes on to say, we believe the scale of the structures is not a keeping with the neighborhood, even if the numbers add up for lot coverage. Obviously, it's a very big lot. And it goes on to say, it's just basically, it's really out of scale. As I look around the south end, this is a very large building. I mean, there are a few that are bigger, like the Brown School, but this is a very big building. And I guess, with with the one across the street, the fact that there's two of them makes the scale even larger, and scale is something we need to consider here. With the building across the street, you did make a change along the way. The one along the rail trail, you showed it as one long massive building, and then you broke off a garage as to kind of break up the massing a little bit, which helped. Have you considered doing that with this building?
Eileen, if you want to address that, I think that,
Or either one, we had discussed it on 27 as well as 21, 25. Our client is trying to provide a variety of sort of living conditions. And so while that was discussed, in the end, while he provided it on one, his feeling was to remain as designed on 27 regarding detaching the garage.
Okay. I guess my last question is, of those 27 people that signed the letter that said it was out of scale with their neighborhood, have any of them turned around and said, no, now because I think that comment was made before this last plan. Have any of them, since they've seen this last plan, changed their mind and felt this is in scale? Have we had any input? I made this as a question to the planning office. I don't know from or to who, but have any of those 27 people come back around and said, oh, this new plan is now in scale with the neighborhood?
Well, that's a broad question. I'm not sure if we're able to speak for all the parties involved. Caitlin, I know, may have heard from a few of those folks, but I don't know that we can say comprehensively.
Have any, though? Any of the 27? Do we have any letters, taking it back saying, oh, this new design kind of solves my problem?
I am not aware of any, but.
Okay. All right. That's my only questions. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Swanton. Moving on to Mr. Shannon, please.
Chair, I have no new questions. My colleagues asked everything I was looking for. I was specifically interested in the reduction in size of the two buildings, and I'm glad to see that both A and B are smaller. I think A is 15.5% smaller and B is 13. So my questions have been answered. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shannon. And Mr. Bennett.
Yeah, I will have a number of comments during deliberations, but I think we may be conflating some of the criteria that we're talking about. If you would post up the letter again, particularly the notion that the requested use will not impair the integrity. The use, of course, is a two-family dwelling. So that is clearly not applicable here. The use is certainly will not impair the integrity or the character of the district. So that is really not applicable here. What may be worthy of consideration is whether or not the project is substantially more detrimental as it relates to scale and massing. And I'll comment on that later, but it's important to recognize that this provision does not apply to dimensions, it applies to use. And so I think we have to be meticulous and crisp about the criteria that we have to apply here.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. And my concerns were addressed principally with respect to the 21E and the contamination. I wanted to flesh that out, so I don't have any additional questions either. Any other questions from members of the ZBA before we close this portion of the public hearing?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this is Mr. Delisle. Could I ask one more question of Attorney Mead?
Of course.
Attorney Mead, in one of the prior meetings, I think it was our last meeting, there was some discussion about the two structures on one lot under the 6C of the ordinance. Was there any further discussion with on that front? I just wanted to sort of tie the bow on that one.
Thank you, Mr. Delisle. That's a really good question. So the answer is yes. There was a little bit of discussion at the beginning of the last planning board meeting. And the ordinance, as you know, between your last meeting and now has now passed. And so we know what we're looking at as far as requirements under a 6C. Again, a 6C couldn't be presented without the use being approved. And so the applicant would not go to the great extent of designing a 6C if he didn't know whether or not he had a two-family use. So we did bring it up to this planning board on both of our last occasions. At the last meeting, we didn't talk about it in great length. Our intention is to talk to them about it at the next meeting, depending on whether or not the zoning board approves the two-family use for 27. And then we would have the conversation with the planning board, because if the planning board is not amenable to a 6C, it doesn't really matter. But we would need the two-family use in order to have that conversation.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's helpful. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Delisle. Thank you, Attorney Mead and Ms. Graff. Any other any other questions from the board before we close this portion of the public hearing? And I'm also keeping an eye on any sort of late raised hands in the event we needed to circle back. I don't see any. I'm going to go ahead and close this portion of the public hearing, and we will move on to deliberations. And again, just as sort of guidance for the board, we are deliberating on two separate criteria. One, the first of which is the criteria for a special permit for nonconformities, and of course the other is the special permit to allow the two-family use number 102. So I'll just ask the members of the ZBA and in reference to the staff report and the criteria to guide your deliberations along those lines. And with that, we'll begin with Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Chairman. We've been through the process now through multiple meetings. I think there's been a lot of great input, a lot of great work put in back and forth to make this fit. You know, the issue is there's two really large lots in a very small home, so any change is going to seem probably outsized at first. But you know, the greater good of changing what's there and having multifamily housing, which is desirable, and also taking into consideration the existing house and making some changes there as requested, I think are laudable. And the plan in front of us as presented, there's no new non-conformities here with respect to you know, the setback. And I don't see with the size having been adjusted, I can't find in my mind, with respect to massing scale and the like, to be substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood. You know, taking into consideration that it is much different than what's there, but that's not all that we need to look at here. So as presented, as far as a special permit for nonconformities, I can support this. And as we said all along, and we can tick these off one by one later, though, the two-family use I don't think has ever been an issue with the board. And if we want to go through this one by one, we can do that, and we'll make sure to do that. But just to move it along as far as this discussion goes, I can support this as it is.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Moore. Mr. Delisle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I concur mostly with Mr. Moore. I certainly can support the two-family use, and you know, that was really, I think, for most members of this board, that was never really in question. It's just getting to the actual vote here tonight. With respect to the special permit for nonconformities, I am concerned about the mass and the scale of this building, the length. But that being said, I think that relative to what is there now, this is a better option for the neighborhood. I mean, we do have a number of abutters or neighbors people who live in the surrounding streets that are concerned about the size of this. I think I mentioned in one of the prior meetings that, you know, the length would be very similar to the church that would be in the backyard of I guess the twin structure, not this one. But that being said, it is a very long building. I appreciate that the applicant, you know, worked to keep the roof lines low, and I think that certainly helps. I do think that if it were possible and the planning board were to work through the new 6C, section 6C, and this were to be something that would be viable for this 27 Hancock Street, this might be sort of the perfect location, a perfect project for 6C. And I think that, you know, there was some discussion during the last meeting where that was echoed by the applicant, I believe, as well. So I would urge, you know, 6C as a potential solution here to the mass of the structure. But I think that in getting to my conclusion here, I think that I can support this. I'd like to see it ultimately look a little bit differently. But that's where I am this evening.
All right, thank you, Mr. Delisle, and Mr. Swanton.
Thank you. Yeah, I had two specific issues early on around the street yet. Levitt Court, we're kind of ahead of the planning board. They haven't even decided it's a road yet, and we're taking frontage off of it. So that's been addressed. And the original proposal here so swallowed up the existing house on this lot that you couldn't find it anymore, which was, I don't think exactly what our ordinance have in mind. Now, this is has been improved in that regard, although some may not like it completely, but it's definitely been improved. I still have an issue with the scale. And to Mr. Bennick's point, you know, we cannot consider scale with the use, and maybe the abutters wrote that a little incorrectly in the letter. But we do have to consider scale when giving a special permit for a building that's too close to the road. So that's where it comes in. And I've always had some scale issues here. I do appreciate the fact, though, that the building has shrunk about 15% in square footage. And I also do appreciate, as was pointed out in previous meetings, that unlike some of them neighbors, this one has been kept at 2 stories. And I think that helps as well. I agree with Mr. Delisle that it's too bad that 6C didn't come along quicker, because I think that would have really helped the scale issue to break this long building into 2. And if you guys still feel like doing another plan after this, I would encourage it. But I think all in all, I think with some reluctance, I can support what's in front of us tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Swanton. Mr. Shannon.
Thank you, Chair. I have to agree with my colleagues. You know, the 2-family use, I don't think has ever been an issue. And as far as the special permit for nonconformities, you know, the massing was the only issue that was something to be considered in my mind. I'm appreciative that the applicant has shrunk the size of the buildings for 27. Which I think does reduce the massing. I appreciate the roof heights being where they are so that the existing building is less subordinate to the new building. And I'm also happy about the old building being a little bit more preserved. It's not swallowed up, I think, as one of my colleagues indicated, as much as it was in the past. With that said, I can support the special permit for nonconformities. Thank you, Chair.
And thank you, Mr. Shannon. And do you wish to address at all the? I believe you did the 2-family use. I believe you made reference.
Yeah, I started with that. Yep, I was okay with that. Yes.
Very good. And Mr. Bennick.
Yeah, just a couple comments. This certainly the applicant has traveled a long and winding road to get to this point. And I think on balance, I believe that that process in this instance has resulted in a more appealable project and a project which is more consistent with the spirit and criteria that guide us as we make this deliberation. So I look at this and I think our obligation is to take this seriatim. There are two applications here. The first one I'll take would be the special permit for use. So in my view, this application clearly meets the 9 criteria for use. And particularly number 6, which does not concern itself with massing or dimensions in any way. This is a use issue, and the special permit for use criteria are clearly met here. Now, going to the next criteria, and that is the special permit for nonconformities. Certainly, we're not expanding the nonconformity, so we meet that first step. The second criteria, of course, gives the board the discretion that the zoning board has the right to exercise, and it does in its discretion, and that is whether or not this project will be substantially more detrimental than the existing non-conforming structure. So I'll start my analysis by saying, number 1, looking at them side by side, certainly I do not believe that this structure is substantially more detrimental than the existing structure that is there. Secondly, if we segue into the notions of mass, scale, I would note that this project meets the lot coverage requirement, the height requirement, and the open space requirement, all of which inform any notion of what scaling and mass should be considered in what context. And finally, when I drove through the neighborhood, I don't, in my opinion, find this inconsistent in any way with the neighborhood, and in my view would be a marked improvement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bennett. So as to not reiterate the comments of my colleagues, I'll just say that from my standpoint, I was at the outset of these proceedings, not this evening's proceedings, but the initial application. I was adamant about the reduction in scale and massing. I want to say that I'm certainly pleased to see at least a 15% reduction with respect to 27. And while certainly not perfect, it is far less imperfect than it was originally. I am particularly interested in what we see in scaling, at least in that part of the neighborhood, as as sort of a function of vertical massing. This is a horizontal massed structure, and I believe it's intentionally designed that way to better seat itself within the scale and the tempo and the tenor of the rest of the structures in that neighborhood, principally. And I just note that certainly one could choose to go the other way, and I'm certainly glad that the applicant didn't. I would be even more adamant had they chosen to go vertically and sort of by right. One could choose to go the single family route and by right go to the 35-foot mean between the peak roof line. And if they chose a hip roof, for instance, that's 40+ feet. That would be towering among the canopy of the trees in that neighborhood, and wildly, in my opinion, out of scale and mass. Though interestingly and curiously, more in line with conformity and of the dimensional controls. I don't think that in this instance it is perfect, but I believe it is far less imperfect than it was, and I certainly appreciate that. I too share the sentiment of my colleagues with respect to 6C being a better deployment of land use tools. However, unfortunately, 6C is not it's not a tool among our arsenal here at ZBA. So other than noting it curiously, it is squarely within the province of our colleagues at the planning board, though it would have to be something pursued by the applicant. We recognize that. So we just note it as sort of part of the fabric here. But I will say that I note this is not a perfect project, but it is far less imperfect than it was when it started. And I appreciate the reduction in that scale. I appreciate the limitation to 2 stories. And I feel that in light of everything that my colleagues have said as well, that I too can support it. Any other deliberations by any other members of the ZBA? Seeing no further hands, we can go ahead and close that portion. Oh, and before we do, allow me to just note that the application does trigger the tree and sidewalk ordinance, and as it's already been noted by the applicant and Attorney Mead, the provisions of the zoning code will be that DPS under DPS specifications, and I believe representations from Connie Preston from the Tree Commission, that there's going to be new street tree recommendations, and that the applicant is working in lockstep with city agencies for both street trees and the planting of street trees, as well as the renovation of a new sidewalk. And I believe all of that's also been addressed. So I just note that as part of our deliberation. So with that, I can go ahead and close that portion of our public hearing. And we have 2 matters before us, and we can take them one at a time in terms of a ZBA member motion. Do we have a motion? And if so, on which application first?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve special permit for nonconformities on 27 Hancock Street. That's 2021-02.
Okay.
Mr. Delisle, I'll second that.
Thank you, Mr. Delisle. Thank you, Mr. Moore. Motion's made by Mr. Moore and seconded by Mr. Delisle on the motion to approve the special permit for nonconformities. Calling the roll. Mr. Moore.
Yes.
Mr. Delisle.
Yes.
Mr. Swanton.
Yes.
Mr. Shannon.
Yes.
Rob Champetti, I vote yes. That's 5 in the affirmative. The ayes have it. The motion carries. The special permit for nonconformities is approved. Do we have a motion with respect to the special permit to allow a 2-family home use number 102?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve a special permit for use 102, 2-family use for 27 Hancock Street. That's application 2021-03.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Moore. Do we have a second?
Seconded, Ken Swanton.
Thank you, Mr. Swanton. Motion's made by Mr. Moore, seconded by Mr. Swanton. Calling the roll. Mr. Moore.
Yes.
Mr. Delisle.
Yes.
Mr. Swanton.
Yes.
Mr. Shannon.
Yes.
Rob Champetti, I vote yes. That's 5 in the affirmative. The ayes have it. The motion carries, and the application for a special permit to allow 2-family home use number 102 is approved. I wish to thank all of those who were patient through this process, members of the audience and members of the public, and especially those that took the time to put pen to paper and articulate your thoughts and concerns to our board for, I would hope, our collective and mutual benefit. I want to thank you for taking the time this evening, and Attorney Mead and Ms. Graff and others. I want to thank you for your time as well. And with that, we can move on to the next application before us. We have the next matter in our sequence this evening is Caswell Restaurant Group, Inc., care of Lisa Mead, Mead, Tellerman, and Costa, LLC. This is the matter of 1721 State Street, docket 2021-18, an appeal to appeal the zoning determination that the property is subject to the downtown overlay district. And I want to note that for the benefit of the board and those in attendance, we have as well in attendance this evening, Attorney Jonathan Eichman of the firm of Copeland and Page, the City of Newburyport's city solicitor. With that, I believe our presenters are Attorney Mead as well as Jeff and Nancy Caswell on behalf of the applicant. Attorney Mead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. For the record, Lisa Mead, Mead, Tellerman, Costa, 30 Green Street. And as the chair indicated, with me this evening are the principals of the Caswell Restaurant Group, Inc., Nancy Caswell and Jeff Caswell, who are the tenants at 17 State Street. Before we start, I thought I would show a couple of photos just to orient everybody, not that anybody needs to be oriented, to the existing conditions. And so if you could, that's the Fowles, this is the Fowles restaurant, no building, as you know, it's now going to be the Brine restaurant at 17 State Street. And this is the existing condition of the windows. I want to, at this point in time, be very clear, because there has been a lot of misinformation out on the street, that this is an appeal pursuant to 40A Section 8 of the zoning administrator's determination related to the existing first floor windows and whether or not there's jurisdiction for under the DOD to make them operable or to apply the DOD in that instance. This is not an appeal of the determination relative to the what we'll call the banner sign, which is in the yellow area above the windows. There has been a lot of misinformation on the street relative to that. And the appeal clearly reads and is intended to appeal the determination that the applicant may not make their windows operable and change their windows absent either a finding or a special permit from the Planning Board and Historic Commission and or a variance, which is actually what would be required under the DOD from this Zoning Board of Appeals. So this building was built in around 1820 and is subject to the zoning regulations and the B2 zoning district. And it is also falls under in location, the downtown overlay district. The zoning administrator's determination related to the operability of the windows, as I said, is in error, in our opinion, for three reasons. First, the downtown overlay district initially passed in 2014 cannot apply to structures and or uses lawfully in existence and lawfully begun prior to the passage of the zoning ordinance in 2014 under General Law Chapter 40A, Section 6, Paragraph 1, first sentence. I'll remind the board that both this building and the use therein pre-existed the adoption of the ordinance, and to this day is by right and not non-conforming. Second, the downtown overlay district impermissibly seeks to regulate materials and construction, which are solely under the purview of the state building code and are therefore exempt from zoning regulation under 40A Section 3. And finally, the third basis of our appeal is that the special permit requirement of the downtown overlay district runs contrary to the uniformity provisions of Chapter 40A, Section 4, as articulated in Skit versus the Planning Board of Braintree, an appeals court case from 1984. So why don't you go down to the next slide? Andy will just go through these. So here are the windows that are proposed to be made operable. Next slide, please. And these are just more slides so you can see the window condition. Next slide, please. And the next slide, please. And the next slide, please. And we'll just hold right there for a moment. So as to the first argument, and I think probably the most important and really the foundation of grandfathering rights and the applicability of zoning ordinances and bylaws across the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and that is the application of the downtown overlay district. It actually contravenes General Law Chapter 48, Section 6, regarding any buildings that were in existence, buildings and uses in existence lawfully prior to the adoption of the DOD in 2014. The foundation of the Zoning Act under Chapter 48 is that the statute is not retroactive. Indeed, both the structure and use at 17 State Street are both fully conforming to the zoning and dimensional requirements and use requirements today as they were in 2014 and before then. The structure has been in existence since around 1820, and the use, as you all know and is common knowledge, is well before 2014. This is not a pre-existing non-conforming structure nor use, and the use will continued to be allowed by right, and nothing is changing about the use, namely the restaurant. Further, the proposed renovations to the property do not trigger site plan review or any other land use permit. Petitioner proposes to remove the existing windows installed in or around 1949 and replace them with operable windows. It's interesting to note that in 1941, when these windows were replaced, the windows were actually larger and went up to about where the lintel is above the existing sign. It was a much larger storefront at that time. But it was made this style in 1941, which was at that time all the rage. In their place, the petitioner proposes to install windows that operate in a different fashion. Firstly, they're proposed to operate where the existing ones do not. Second, how they will operate is to fold up and in and allow air circulation within the building. It is the replacement of these windows which operate differently from the existing windows that, in accordance with the zoning administrator's determination, necessitates either a special permit under the downtown overlay district, which could not be issued by the very terms of the ordinance, or a variance, as this board is aware because you've seen them, since the DOD prohibits changing the operability of historic windows. To be clear, there's no modification of the structure for a substantially different purpose or with the same use in a substantially different manner. The use will remain the same. Under 48 Section 6, the DOD initially passed in 2014 cannot apply to structures and or uses lawfully in existence or lawfully begun prior to its passage. 48 Section 6 is eminently clear, and I quote, "The zoning ordinance or bylaw shall not apply to structures or uses lawfully in existence or lawfully begun before the first publication of the notice of public hearing in the ordinance." Here it is unquestionable that the property was built and its legally conforming use commenced long before the DOD was passed. According to the Form B, the property was built and constructed in around 1820. The zoning ordinance in question, the Downtown Overlay District, was not acted until 2014, some 200 years later. As such, the proposed modification to the property is exempt under regulation under the Downtown Overlay District. According to the legislative history, the passage of the new, that is the 1972 Zoning Enabling Act in 1972 January, the Zoning Act's forward-looking application is discussed in early legislative history of the statute, and it says, almost from the beginning of zoning, uses which are inconsistent with the zoning ordinance, but which predate its adoption or amendment have been exempted from the operation of the zoning bylaw. That was from the House report. Of course, this use and this building are actually not inconsistent with the zoning ordinance. They are in complete compliance with the zoning ordinance. As far back as 1920, when zoning was initially considered in Massachusetts, it was the opinion of the Supreme Judicial Court justices that, quote, rights already acquired by existing use or construction of buildings in general ought not to be interfered with. The legal foundation of property rights was again reiterated by the SJC in 1971, where in the case of Vaza versus the Board of Appeals of Brockton, the justices found, and I quote, "It is important that purchasers of real estate be able to determine with reasonable accuracy before making the investment just what the applicable zoning ordinances or bylaws are and what uses they permit or prohibit." The conclusion as a result of these legal foundations is that the retroactive application of zoning ordinances to pre-existing structures and uses violates due process. The city is seeking to apply a new zoning ordinance to a fully conforming building and use which existed prior to the enactment of the ordinance. Not only is this plainly prohibited under Section 6, but it contravenes the underlying purpose of zoning to afford a predictable regulatory landscape for owners and the buyers of real estate. The city solicitor, Mr. Eichmann, who's here this evening, has opined to this board that in fact, it is not the use of the structure or building, that is the restaurant, that is controlled by the DOD. Rather, the city solicitor puts forth a novel argument that the use, which brings the proposal to the purview of the DOD, is the proposed construction or alteration. And this proposed new use, he says, namely to construct or alter, is what is controlled under the DOD. With all due respect to the solicitor, and we have worked together often, there is absolutely nowhere in the zoning ordinance or in the zoning act, or dare I say, without any case law to support it, that says that the act of construction or alteration is a use which falls under the use criteria of either 48 Section 6 or any special permit. We don't have to look further than our own zoning ordinance to actually define what the term use means. So let's look at the zoning ordinance. It defines use, number 47, as follows: the specific purpose for which land or a building is designed, arranged, intended, or for what it is or may be occupied or maintained. That is not construction or alteration. That's what we do with it. But let's dig a little further. Let's go to the use section of the zoning ordinance under section 5A, which has a purpose and intent. It is the purpose and intent of this section of the ordinance to list those uses which are specifically allowed or specifically prohibited in the various zoning districts listed in section 3 of this ordinance. So in the use table, as this board knows, over 86 uses are listed. Items like one family, two family, or multifamily uses, professional offices, restaurants, and the like, those are all uses listed. Nowhere is construction, alteration, or demolition. And how do we apply the use table? Section 5B says, except as provided in this ordinance, no building, structure, or land shall be used except for the purposes permitted in the district by right or by special permit as described in this section. So if construction, demolition, and alteration are not listed in the use table, they cannot happen anywhere in Newburyport. So if the city solicitor were correct, every time somebody attempted to alter or construct or demo something, they couldn't do it. And if they could do it in the downtown, it would be a change of use. And every single time somebody went to modify the interior of a building or the windows or the siding, they would have to go get an ITIF parking special permit because it would be considered a change of use. Construction, alteration, or demolition are not uses. There is no basis in the law whatsoever to pro-offer such an opinion. The Zoning Act is clear. Uses and structures lawfully in existence prior to the adoption of the change of zoning shall be allowed to continue, and newly adopted provisions shall not apply to those uses or structures. That's why this provision alone, and in most cities and towns in the Commonwealth, they do not adopt historic restrictions through the Zoning Act because of the grandfather protection. For this reason alone, because the building and use are allowed by right, even after 2014, and therefore the applicant is permitted to modify the windows, which does not change the use for a substantially different purpose to a substantially greater extent, but merely adds air circulation in the building. And that's why the zoning, the DOD, may not apply to this building for this proposed modification to these windows. So that's the first reason. The second reason is the DOD exceeds the zoning authority as permitted under 40A Section 3. And as this board is aware, there are certain areas of the law that the zoning ordinance cannot govern. Generally speaking, ones most commonly recited and that you are most familiar with include things like agricultural uses or religious uses. But in addition to 40A Section 3, the same section that prohibits anything but reasonable regulation of agricultural and religious uses also provides that no zoning ordinance or bylaw shall regulate or restrict the use of materials or methods of construction or structures regulated by the state building code. In its most simple application, the DOD seeks to regulate and restrict materials by mandating that features must be replaced in kind, both in design and materials and mode of operation. That's the DOD. On its face, the DOD imposes extreme limitations on the use of materials so that only materials that can be used going forward are the ones that have been used before, or that the operation of the windows from an arbitrary point in time is how they should operate in the future. that that is not permissible under the Zoning Act. The city solicitor opines that since the applicants do not know what materials or methods of construction are permissible yet, having not applied to the SPGA, then it must not apply. Then it must still apply, excuse me. However, that is exactly the point. The DOD may not regulate those things which are regulated by the state building code, and the applicant is not required to apply for a special permit to find out that what might be indeed the state building code can tell them. The DOD provides the following limitations in section Roman numeral 3 of 27F5E. Parts of replacement windows, such as exterior sills, molding and or casings, exterior frames, and exterior sash windows shall match exactly those of the historic windows whenever reasonably feasible. Otherwise, replacement shall match the historic windows in dimensions, configuration, mode of operation, and other general characteristics, but materials need not be duplicated exactly. These limitations cannot be applied to this structure in question, A, because of 48 section 6, paragraph 1, which I previously discussed, and B, because the method of construction and operations are not governed by the Zoning Act. Andy, if you could go to the next slide, please. So here's the image accepted from the Form B. And so you can see that the windows in 1970s-ish, when this was taken, the windows are what they are today in size. But as I said earlier, and I don't have this photo in front of us, but in 1941, prior to this change, the windows were actually much taller and went up to about where the top of the sign, the banner sign currently is. The state building code is the exclusive authority over, and I quote, the rehabilitation and maintenance of existing buildings, end quote, and quote, when municipal bylaws and ordinances conflict with 780 CMR, 780 CMR shall govern unless the bylaws or ordinances were promulgated in accordance with Chapter 143, Section 98. The state building code is found at 780 CMR and provides as follows. Building code for all cities and towns, agencies and authorities in accordance with 143, Section 93 to 100, and other reference specialized codes is applicable and shall apply to, among others, the rehabilitation and maintenance of all existing buildings and the standard of requirements for materials to be used in connection therewith, including but not limited to provisions for safety, ingress and egress, energy conservation, and sanitary connections and fire prevention and practices. Very clearly here, the operation of windows and the type of windows falls under the energy conservation and safety, particularly in light of the pandemic that we have learned where air circulation in places of large numbers of people are incredibly important to the health, safety, and welfare of the public. Further, Section 102 of 780 CMR provides that when municipal bylaws and ordinances conflict with 780 CMR, 780 CMR shall govern those ordinances and bylaws unless they were adopted pursuant to Chapter 143. Zoning ordinances are adopted pursuant to Chapter 40A. Section 102.8 goes on to provide that all buildings and structures and all parts thereof, both existing and new, and all systems and equipment therein, which are regulated under the code, shall be maintained in a safe and operable and sanitary condition. What kind of windows are installed in the building, how they are installed, and whether or not they are operable are questions solely under the purview of the building code and not a local zoning ordinance. So for that reason as well, 48 Section 3 prohibits the regulation of the use of the materials and operability of the windows as they fall under the state building code. And finally, the downtown overlay district runs contrary to the uniformity provisions and requirement of Chapter 40A, Section 4. Another pillar of the Zoning Act is the uniformity requirements under 48 Section 4. And they require that any zoning ordinance or bylaw which divides cities and towns into districts shall be uniform within the district for each class or kind of structures or uses permitted. A bylaw fails, according to the land court, to provide uniformity where it is so general in its grant of powers as to effectively provide a permit granting authority the unbridled discretion to fashion its own requirement on an ad hoc basis. The Skit decision, which is a leading case on uniformity in Massachusetts, provides that a zoning bylaw was invalid as every use in a district was subject to a special permit. In the Skit decision, the court found that by requiring a special permit for all uses and structures, the zoning ordinance violated the uniformity provisions of 40A4 because Section 4, quote, does not contemplate conferral on local zoning boards of a roving and virtually unlimited power to discriminate, end quote, between different applications. Speaking on the same subject, the land court found that, quote, such an improper delegation of legislative power results in a scheme in which criteria are devised for the occasion rather than the uniform applicability that was in Hancock Village, as cited by the Skit. This scenario is eerily similar to the downtown overlay district, where all new construction, and I quote, all new construction, alteration, or demolition within the DOD shall require the owner of the relevant property to submit an application for a DOD special permit for the SBGA to review and approve such new construction, alteration, or demolition, whether or not the use or structure is permitted by right or not. Thus, the downtown overlay district requirement that any new construction, alteration, or demolition, regardless of its conforming status or non-conforming status, leaves in the hands of the planning board unfettered discretion to discriminate between applications, which contravenes the purposes of 48 Section 4. For all of these reasons, or any one of these reasons, the determination of the zoning code enforcement officer should be overturned because the building and use were and are lawfully in existence prior to the adoption of the DOD in 2014, and neither the use nor the building are proposed to be changed, notwithstanding the city solicitor's novel opinion regarding the definition of use. Or because 48 Section 3 prohibits the zoning ordinance to regulate those matters regulated by the state building code, and the use of materials and operation of windows is a matter specifically regulated by the state building code. Or because the DOD attempts to regulate any new construction, alteration, or demolition, regardless of whether the use or structure is by right in the DOD with a special permit, and therefore violates the uniformity provisions of 40A Section 4. With that, we'd request the board to have serious consideration over the determination of the zoning code enforcement officer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Attorney Mead. And again, for those listening, this is Rob Champetti, Chair. I'm going to, in light of this being sort of an outlier before our board, I'm going to take a moment for the benefit of all of those in attendance, as well as the applicants and members of the ZBA, to just frame a few things for us. And before we proceed further, I would like to frame specifically a response for our benefit from our city solicitor, Attorney Jonathan Eichman of Copeland and Page. So as a quick recap, what's before us this evening? On March 11th, 2021, a request was made to the zoning administrator here in Newburyport for a zoning determination by these applicants. And this is all part of sort of what was framed for the benefit of the board for review of our solicitor, Attorney Eichman. Pursuant to Section 27E of the Newburyport zoning ordinance, of the application, whether or not the application of the overlay district ordinance or the DOD to certain proposed changes to the windows and the signs of the storefront at 1721 State Street. This is what we refer to as the project. And so by a written zoning determination that was issued by our zoning enforcement officer that same day, in response to the applicant's request, the zoning administrator, my apologies, zoning administrator, and this is Ms. Jennifer Blanchet, determined that the project required DOD, Downtown Overlay District special permit from the planning board and a variance from the ZBA to comply with the requirements of the Downtown Overlay District. Then pursuant to 27E of our zoning code, the determinations, these determinations can be appealed to ZBA by a written application. And so on March 18th, the applicants did just that. That's what brings us here today. So the Caswell Restaurant Group, the applicants, appealed the determination of our zoning administrator, and that's under section 27E. So they have come directly to ZBA, and in doing so, the applicant, through their counsel, is asserting that the modification of the existing first floor windows is not subject to the downtown overlay district, and thus is permissible because it does not require either a special permit from the planning board under the DOD or a variance from ZBA. And in doing so, just as the members of the ZBA may already be aware from our staff report, but for those in attendance, the applicant has framed 3 pillars of that legal argument and has gone through fleshing those out. And in a moment, I'm going to ask our attorney for our benefit to respond to each of them so that we have bookended the legal arguments and can then endeavor to elicit public comment and then toil through questions and deliberations. The 3 pillars of these legal arguments are whether the application of the downtown overlay district to this property countervenes section Mass General Laws, Chapter 48, Section 6, and cannot be applied because this building and its use predate zoning. And the second pillar, that the downtown overlay district runs contrary to the uniformity requirement, and that's again under 48 Section 4. And finally, the third pillar, as we see it, the downtown overlay district exceeds zoning authority in whole, is what the applicant is arguing, as permitted by Section 48, by Chapter 48, Section 3. That in fact, the downtown overlay district goes beyond what is permissible because in part or in parts, it countervenes the state building code, which is promulgated under sections 780 of the Code of Mass Regulations. That was the 780 CMR that was being referenced, or otherwise known as our building code. So I apologize in advance for the tedium of all of that, but I think it's critical and certainly meaningful for all of us to frame what is before us this evening, so that we can all understand, for the benefit of what's to follow, exactly what it is the zoning board is being asked of. With that, I would like to recognize Attorney Eichmann, our city solicitor of Copeland and Page. And Attorney Eichmann, to begin with, I'd like to ask you, if you might, just since it's all fresh in our minds and we've heard the presentation of the applicant, would you mind addressing each of the arguments, what we refer to as the pillars, the 3 specific pillars that frame the applicant's legal arguments with respect to what they put forth as before the ZBA for decision. And I thank you in advance for going through each of them for all of us. Attorney Eichmann, can you hear us?
Jonathan, are you with us?
I see him on the panel, Andy, and I think his mic is still muted.
Yeah, and Jonathan, in case you're wondering, you can press *9 or star 9 to raise your hand, and then *6 is unmute. Yep.
Andy, if he was on via phone, though, would we see his name?
Yeah, so Jonathan, again, I can see him on the listing here, but Jonathan, if you press *6, you should be able to unmute and address the board.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Attorney Eichmann, we have you.
Excellent, thank you. Sorry for the difficulties there. I understand from Attorney Mead's presentation that Attorney Mead was aware of the opinion I provided to the city with respect to questions raised by the planning staff in regard to the appeal. So I'm going to assume as well that the Zoning Board of Appeals has my opinion. I've listened to Attorney Mead's arguments without going into tremendous depth. I did address each of those, in my opinion, as she did in her presentation of the board. I did not have the advantage of having her presentation in advance, but what I heard did not change my opinion as given in writing to the city prior to this. With respect to criterion number 1, this is essentially a challenge under Chapter 48, Section 6, the non-conforming structures and uses section of the Zoning Act. And just, I want to say at the outset, I think it's important to recognize here that the applicant was clear, the petitioner was clear that they are appealing the determination as to the request to replace windows on this historic building, and believe that they do not need a special permit under the DOD ordinance. The zoning administrator determined otherwise. The basis of the appeal, however, does not challenge the application of the terms of the ordinance to the application. There's no challenge of that. What the challenge is essentially is saying that the ordinance, the DOD ordinance, as it applies to changes in windows in buildings that are subject to the ordinance, is simply unlawful under state law. And they give 3 reasons for that. So again, the first one is 48 section 6. We were talking about non-conforming uses or structures. The council made the point that my opinion made what you consider to be a novel definition of the term use. The DOD requires a special permit for changes to structures such as the one that's been requested. Special permits are by their nature use permits, even when they apply to things like change or relief from dimensional requirements, or in this instance, a request to change particular features of a building. I don't believe that that has any bearing on this. The Chapter 48, Section 6 applies to protect existing uses and structures, and clearly the city is not requesting or enforcing an ordinance against the existing use or structure. As Attorney Mead pointed out, the structure is conforming, and the use is conforming, and the city is not moving forward with any enforcement against that. They are not saying that the structure and the use does not comply with the ordinance. What the city has said by way of its ordinance and the DOD ordinance is that if you want to make certain changes to that building, you will have to get a special permit to do so. And that special permit is a use special permit. And in my opinion, Chapter 48, Section 6 does not prohibit that. It is, again, it is a change to what is an existing use, and that is what the DOD does. As to the second prong is the site is to Chapter 48, Section 3. This is the section of the Zoning Act that protects certain uses and structures from application of local zoning in limited areas. I'm sure the board is familiar with what's referred to as the Dover Amendment that protects educational use and religious use against application of local zoning ordinances and bylaws. There's another provision that the council referred to, which is the building code. And in fact, it's useful to look closely at the language of Section 48, Section 3 with respect to the building code. What it says is that no zoning ordinance or bylaw shall regulate or restrict the use of materials or methods of construction of structures regulated by the state building code. That's it. That is the restriction in 48.3. And as I hear the argument, what is being said is that we want to replace these windows with windows that can open. And we believe that application of the DOD makes this impossible. But I have not heard an argument to the effect that the DOD is preventing the use of materials or the methods of construction to accomplish this. As far as I'm aware, and I haven't heard anything to the contrary, it may be possible to change the method of operation of windows under the DOD with a special permit without contradicting the building code. And there's been no testimony that that's the case. Lastly, there's a challenge here to the uniformity requirements of the Zoning Act. That's Chapter 48, Section 4. The attorney cited the skip case, which zoning attorneys are certainly well familiar with. I don't believe that case applies in this instance. In that case, all uses in this particular district were special permit uses. Clearly, that's not the case in the DOD. There are underlying use requirements in this district contained in the use table. There are uses allowed by right in this district. There are uses that are allowed by special permit. It's clearly not a district where all the uses are subject to special permit. Further, it's hardly a district where it's subject to the unbridled fiat of the Zoning Board of Appeals. The Zoning Board of Appeals, I'm sure, has spent some time with the DOD and realizes that there are a lengthy list of specific requirements that have to be met and specific criteria for the granting of special permits. It is hardly unbridled fiat. So, you know, that's a brief response. Obviously, these are, I think, significant legal arguments. But again, in conclusion, I again want to note that these are essentially challenges to the bylaw, not to the way the zoning administrator applied it, but literally challenges to the legality of the ordinance as compared to the state zoning act. And in my opinion, these challenges are not successful.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Eichmann. And we may well circle back, and I'm sure we will, with further questions. This is, I'd like to, and just sort of out of deference to the uniqueness of this application or this appeal before us, we're going to go a little bit out of order, out of our normal sequence. I want to elicit from members of the ZBA whether any members of the ZBA wish to ask any questions of our city solicitor before we delve into the public comment section, after which we will have questions and we will be able to circle back. But is there any member of the ZBA that wishes, or let me just poll you one at a time, if you wish to pose any specific questions for the benefit of those in attendance as well as us before we get into public comment. We'll start with you, Mr. Moore.
Nothing at this time.
Okay, Mr. Delisle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to go through the public comment first before posing questions.
Very good. Well, no, these wouldn't be the questions. They would just be sort of a preliminary framing so that it hopefully would better inform public comment as well as our further questions. But I hear you that we'll defer and just keep on track. Mr. Swanton, any thoughts beyond what we've heard so far?
No, I think the city solicitor has been very clear, and I think we should just proceed.
Very good, Mr. Chairman.
I guess I had one question for the solicitor, just to, I guess help me understand where he's coming from, and it has to do with the 40A Section 6, where the city solicitor says, in my opinion, the DOD provides that certain construction alterations or demolition to historic buildings or structures within the overlay district, not the historic buildings or structures themselves, constitutes a use of property. I'm having trouble understanding that. It doesn't seem to, use to me seems to be, it's a restaurant, it's a bathroom, it's a gas station. How does changing the windows become a use issue?
Through you, Mr. Chair.
Please.
Yes, a building is also a use of property. It's an improvement to property, but it's clearly a use. The building itself has a use, but the building in and of itself is a use. The ordinance plainly treats changes to the building as an action that requires a special permit. And by that action, I think, treats it as a use. And I don't think that that is in any way prohibited by the State Zoning Act. I think that's essentially what your ordinance is doing.
So you're concluding that any action taken to the building or proposed to be taken is a change of use?
No, I'm saying that anything that the DOD says requires approval of the board for a building that's subject to it is a change in use.
Okay, that's still as muddy as where we started, but I'll let it go. Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chandler. Mr. Bennick, any?
I have no questions at the moment.
Okay, I too will defer until we circle back to that section.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Attorney Mead.
I just have two things to add, and then my client, before you open it to the public, my client has a statement as well, if that would be okay.
Yes, of course.
Okay, so the two things I would like to add is I would like to correct or perhaps clarify Attorney Eichmann's comment relative to the ability to issue special permits regarding the operation of the windows. The DoD very specifically says, otherwise replacement shall match the historic windows in dimensions, configuration, mode of operation, and other general characteristics. So that's why the zoning code enforcement officer determined that in order to change the mode of operation, because the special permit granting authority does not have the authority to do that, and it's why this board has seen two other variance requests, that this board would have to issue a variance to the ordinance, because the ordinance is very clearly requires the mode of operation not to be changed. And the second thing is, I would just point out that 40A section 6 actually specifically says the following: except as hereinafter provided, a zoning ordinance or bylaw shall not apply to structures or uses lawfully in existence or lawfully begun, or to a building or special permit issued before the first publication of notice of public hearing, etc., but shall apply to any change or substantial extension of such use. And in that instance, the term use goes to Mr. Channon's comment relative to what we all traditionally know is a use of a structure, not the fact that a building exists or that a zoning ordinance has determined that in order to do something to that building from a constructability point of view, that you must get a special permit. There's just very clear in section 6, the first sentence of 40A. And with that, I would like to turn it over to my client, Ms. Caswell, please.
Thank you, Lisa. And I just want to thank the board today for listening to our appeal. I wanted to take a second to just connect as the operator of the restaurant and speak a little bit about my experience here in Newburyport, but also my positioning and why I chose to move into this space. I thank you for the opportunity to let me do that. For those of you who don't know me or that we've never met, let me formally introduce myself to you as Nancy Caswell. As you already know, I currently own Brine Oyster here in Newburyport, and I also own a restaurant in the Seaport of Boston, Oak and Rowan. I previously owned Sayer for 12 years, as you may or may not know, formerly the Steak and Stein space. And I moved here in 2005 to run 10 Center Street shortly after Toby had planned to retire. I grew up in Westport, Massachusetts, and fell in love with Newburyport upon my first interview here, and I saw so many similarities between both Westport and Newburyport. Early on in my Newburyport career, I learned how much community meant to our locals. I realized how many family members had stories to tell me about Molly's Pub and 10 Center Street. I took all those stories into consideration when creating that project. I ended up launching 10 Center Street successfully, and I was there from 2006 to 2009. And because I loved the community so much, I was determined to find a special place of my own to open. In 2010, I returned to Newburyport after being in Boston since my 10 Center Street departure. We had placed an offer on Old Scandia, 25 State Street. That was literally 12 years ago. I fell in love with the space. It was perfect until it wasn't. We can skip over moving Say to 38 State Street quickly, but want to quickly mention that my husband and I renovated that building and maintained that space through Say's existence, including laying out one of the prettiest patios just last year. But going back to Brine was incredibly successful at 25 State Street until March 16, 2020, when small independent restaurants faced our never imagined government shutdown. What we thought would be a 2-week thing became my biggest nightmare. Through this time, I can confidently say I dug in and tried my hardest to convey the need for Newburyport to expand patios. I can also confidently say that this has not been my only time pushing culinary tourism in our city. I believe I have pushed and championed for my local business owners in my everyday. I have pushed for restaurant weeks and all festivals with the Newburyport Chamber. I sit on multiple boards. I chaired the Anna Jakes Hospital Great Chefs event and raised some of the most record-breaking events for many local nonprofits, I should say. I have and will always continue to support our community because I also live here. But since the pandemic struck our industry, I took a position and advocated for small independent restaurants. I have even sat on White House calls representing our state and asking for funding. I fed nurses and frontline workers. I've been a part of my influential conversations about how does our industry come back from this. I know 3,600 small independent restaurants closed this year, and Brian was going to be one of them. Brian's capacity was a total of 12 people indoors last year, 12. I floated this loss like many others did and started thinking, what's next? Do I fold or do I expand? I chose to expand. Why, you're probably asking? Because I wasn't ready. I had staff, I had families I needed to feed, and I truly believed that our community would rally behind Brian. And so here we are. Contrary to some comments that there were other spaces, there actually isn't. Other ordinance in places also cost a lot of money to consider changing their use of space. I saw people fail at Sayles. I was right beside them, and not because they didn't have any model that was successful, because they did in neighboring communities. While I respect what Sayles once was, it could never survive in today's day and age, and the space hasn't evolved over the years. Regardless, I embraced the challenge and I thought I can work some magic. But as I opened my Boston restaurant and continued in conversation with companies like OpenTable and Resi, these online platform reservation systems across the country were most popular when restaurants had operable windows, proven that people were specifically asking to sit next to airflow opportunity tables. This pandemic has affected the one favorite American pastime, eating, drinking, and gathering socially. We often say what will be the norm, yet no one knows what that will actually become. But we do know that what data has proved since July 4th of 2020 in our state is that outdoor dining won't save us, and indoor dining requires operable windows. I can't personally financially float a restaurant until we get to the other side of COVID-19. It's just not feasible, which is why today I ask you to consider my appeal on operable windows. Operable windows are necessary, and I can't stress this enough. I know I can create dining experience, and I know that I work in my restaurants every day. I could list all my accolades over my career. I'm just not no one, guys. I eat and live and breathe my career, and I treat my team like my own family. I have no reason to not be trusted. Look at all our projects here in Newburyport. I live here. I love our city. I love the people that I feed. I would never do something disgraceful, and I find stories are being told in dining rooms about nostalgic times at locations like Sayles. I need to bring people indoors into our dining rooms to start telling those stories. I have a trained team waiting to return back to work, and I would like to conclude with these two last statements. The last rendition of Sayles didn't succeed. 17 State Street didn't succeed, and Superfine didn't succeed. If I don't succeed, your vote today may very well be the reason why I don't. And secondly, I would like to read a letter I received today. After being invited to walk the space and share my thoughts with Mark Welch, the president of the trustee of Mary Alice Arkalelian Foundation, who had a call with members of the foundation, made the decision today that they wholeheartedly support my vision for the space and respecting the family's interest and name. And with that, I have the permission to read Mark's letter. Dear Nancy, let me begin with the most important item. The Mary Alice Arkalelian Foundation is in complete support of all that you are attempting to accomplish with Brian in the space formerly occupied by Sayles News. As you know, Nick and Mary Alice owned and operated Sayles for more than 50 years. I think it's important to note that for the past several decades, the space Brian will soon occupy has been the location of many business failures, including the final version of Sayles years after Nick had passed away. People often remember the past with rose-colored glasses, and that the false coloring can become an impediment to progress. It is exciting to imagine that under your guidance and the space will once again become a gathering spot for Newburyport people, as well as folks from far and wide. Indeed, in another era, Sayles was its own gathering place where friendships were made and renewed, and where people made memories that lasted a lifetime. Your proposed plan to have operable windows in the front of the building is precisely what is called for in the time in which we live in. Opening the inside of your space to the outdoors is both aesthetically pleasing and exactly what is needed from a public health point of view in a post-pandemic restaurant. One final thought about the signage. The legacy of Nick and Mary Alice is honored by having the iconic neon sign remain on the building. The removal of Fowl's new sign along the front in no way diminishes the honor. It is quite simply the right time to do so, and if it can partially be salvaged and used instead, all the better. I urge the city and all appropriate boards to approve your plans for Brine, and I wish you the very best of luck. I also just feel it's important for me to tell you that my lease is contingent on these operating windows, and that's why we specifically went directly to the board. That's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Caswell. Attorney Mead, is there any further comments, or does anyone else wish to be recognized before we move forward?
Not at this time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Attorney Mead. Okay, so with that, I think what we will do is move now back in sequence to move into our public comment section. And Andy, if I can ask you to put up the instructions for public comment. And let me just say, for the benefit of those in attendance, we have 133 attendees, and I imagine many of them, if not most of them, are here to speak in some capacity in connection with this. So out of respect and courtesy for not just the march of time and the clock, but also those that wish to have their voices heard, I'll ask that each person kindly be courteous and respectful to that 2-minute timeline so that we can hear from as many people, hopefully all people who wish to be heard. So with that, I'll just remind everyone that once we recognize you, please unmute your mic at the bottom of your Zoom screen, and please just give your full name and address for Ms. Gretchen Joy. So with that, we'll just start in order. I see the first hand that I'll recognize here. It does not have, oh, okay, we have Michael Sayles. Mr. Sayles, if you can hear me, kindly unmute your mic. You have the floor.
Yes, in my opinion, it is truly a sad day when a former mayor of our federalist city uses legalisms to attack the iconic treasure of Fowl's, and by doing so, to attack the sanctity of Newburyport's historic character in its totality. Our architecture is our strategic advantage. Our architectural tourism is a use, Attorney Mead. Former Mayor Mead would have us believe that the historic downtown district that so many of us have fought for does not apply to the establishments created prior to 2014. What would the downtown overlay district be about if it were not for the protection of special places, special historic places, special places to Newburyport, like Fowl's? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sayles. I'll now recognize Ms. Patricia Pecknick. Ms. Pecknick, if you can hear us, if you want to unmute your mic, you have the floor.
What's your name? Yeah, I should change my name.
Patricia, you'll have to unmute yourself as well.
Let's see, we can circle back to Patricia Pecknick if there's some difficulty, and that may happen. Rest assured, everyone in attendance, we will, even if we skip past you, we'll do our best to circle back. Just leave your hand raised so that we can recognize you. I'll next recognize it by name Ben H. If you can hear us, kindly just unmute your mic and you have the floor, Ben H.
Hi, this is Ben Harmon, 298 High Street. So thanks to the zoning board for doing this important work. I just want to say that I'm concerned that approval of this appeal is going to do irreparable harm to the city of Newburyport and represents an attack on the protections of the overlay district that have served, countless downtown businesses over the years, a couple of which Ms. Caswell has run. What's more, I've seen this issue being portrayed by the applicant and the media as the city or zoning board interfering with their ability to install operable windows and in terms of airflow to the space, related to the pandemic. I would just remind the board and public that with regard to ventilation, the building at 17 State Street has been the home to fowls since before the last global pandemic, and the current challenges with indoor dining will eventually pass, and restaurants without opening windows succeed day in and day out. Additionally, per Attorney Mead's comments, the only quote misinformation related to the sign I've heard is coming from the applicant herself in interviews and social media. Regardless, as we're hearing tonight, these public statements misrepresent the intent of this appeal. There is a process for requesting permits for variances when a business owner or developer would like to deviate from standard zoning bylaws. In this case, replacing period details such as the windows and possibly a marquee sign, which would require time and careful consideration before something is lost that can never be replaced. That's the point of this board's work. Instead of following those procedures, the applicant has elected to challenge the validity of the overlay district altogether in an apparent effort to circumvent the process and skip the line in order to expedite their restaurant's opening. In doing so, and in potentially setting this precedent, we risk protections for the future development downtown, which it's worth noting would be a big benefit to local legal firms, builders, and large landowners downtown. Fowles is an iconic architectural feature of State Street. It needs rehabilitation, preservation, and maintenance. It does not need to be the first domino to fall in undoing our city's proud history of historic preservation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Moving on, we have Veronica Carlio. Pardon me if I mispronounced that. Veronica Carlio, if you can unmute your mic, you have the floor.
Hi, I will apologize. It's Tom Carlio, Veronica's lesser half. I'd like to first just mention we moved to Newburyport about 20 years ago, and the historical integrity of this city drew us here and has kept us here for the last 20 years. Incredibly important to us.
Mr. Carlio, pardon my interruption. Would we just be able to get your address for the record, please?
I apologize. 109 Prospect Street.
Thank you very much. Please continue.
I apologize. So the historical integrity of Newburyport is incredibly important to us as a family, but the economic success and the vibrancy of our downtown is equally important to us. And as you all know, these two things are intrinsically connected. These are not independent of one another. An empty storefront in downtown Newburyport that has historical context is not doing value for anybody. I really sincerely hope that common sense prevails here. The notion that people come to Newburyport for anything other than the history, the connectivity to the coastline, the beautiful brick and the Federalist buildings we have would be superseded by windows that open and allow air to flow is absurd. We, of course, need to maintain the historical value of our city, but we also need to move forward. As the applicant had said, this is a space that since we've been here has been owned by several parties, none of them able to succeed. To see the imagery that was shown earlier of what it looked like in the 70s versus 2020, it's already a building that is in disrepair relative to what it once was. So I appeal to us to let common sense prevail and make sure that we're doing the right thing for the integrity of downtown Newburyport, our historical context that keeps us where we are, but also the vibrancy of downtown and having great places for people to shop and to eat. To not allow airflow and proper modern amenities in our downtown is only going to hurt us in the long term. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carlio. I will recognize Blake W. If you could unmute your mic and kindly just give your full name and address for the record.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
It's Blake Witherington from 78 Middle Street. The legal arguments that are made by both sides are pretty arcane and muddy, as one of the other speakers described them. And as a non-attorney, I'm not really equipped to comment on those, but just looking at the substance of what's being proposed, I would kind of echo what the last speaker said, which is to appeal to people's common sense. We're talking, as I understand it, simply about replacing plate glass windows that date only from the 1940s with operable double hung windows, which from the drawings that I've seen that are posted in the window are aesthetically pleasing and seem historically in keeping with other surrounding buildings. So again, let's put aside the arcane legal arguments and look at the substance of what's being proposed. As to some of the other comments, I think if the pandemic of the last year has taught us anything, it's that people do value airflow. And so if that's the difference between a successful and an unsuccessful restaurant in this location, I think it's really important to be able to accommodate that. And then lastly, I would just say, Saya and Brine, to me, are two of the shining stars in the local, on the local restaurant scene. And, Saya is now closed and that building has been sold, but to lose Brine as well, or to not have it be here for the balance of the summer season would, I think, be tragic. And I think Nancy and her team and the restaurants have been good, sort of community participants and stewards. And I would hope that we can preserve that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Moving on, I'll recognize Glenn Richards. Mr. Richards, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Glenn Richards, 6 Kent Street, and I'm with the Historical Commission, but I'm not speaking on behalf of the Historical Commission tonight. The Commission has not considered this particular application, has not come before us. Just want to make that clear. Speaking as a citizen, although I'm informed by what has gone on in the Commission. Just a couple of quick points. I'll be brief. The one thing I can add that is that Attorney Mead's, one of her arguments is that buyers must be able to know in advance what the regulations are and so forth before buying. I would like to point out that through, I believe it was through the planning board, the Caswells did meet with myself and another member of the commission, and this was not a public meeting or hearing or anything like that. It was just an informal get together to find out, they wanted to explain to us what their plans were and what the DOD requires and so forth. They mentioned about the contingent nature of their lease, and we informed them at that time that there would definitely be a problem with changing windows, a problem in the sense that it would require review, which brings me to to that argument about buying a pig in a poke type of thing is nonsense. One of the last speakers talked about look at the substance, and that is really important. But the substance that's before this board right now is not windows. It is the DOD ordinance per se. And the substance of the argument here is that the DOD ordinance is invalid and needs to be thrown out. That's the substance. And I think that would be a tragedy of unspeakable proportions. And as someone who has been through several reviews of this, just because it's a DOD ordinance doesn't mean you can't ever do anything downtown. It just means that it needs to be reviewed and approved. And I can think of examples of where changes were made on State Street downtown, where either through minor modifications or whatever, things were approved to be changed. It's not it doesn't mean that nothing can ever happen. If the city overall, the boards, the citizenry, the planning board and so forth all feel that, hey, this is a good idea, it's a good use, blah, 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 it can be approved. And the last thing I'll mention is this unbridled authority that was mentioned. I would just remind this board that Attorney Mead has on many occasions argued strenuously that these boards do not have unfettered discretion. So I'm not sure if it's amusing or troubling that all of a sudden tonight she's arguing that the ordinance gives these boards unfettered discretion when we all know they don't have that, they never did, and she has often reminded us that they don't. So that's a bit odd right there. As far as that term use, I think that the only comment on Mike on that, since I'm not a lawyer either, is that I think the term, I found out that with in laws and lawyers, words don't necessarily mean what we commonly think of them to mean. And I think the word use as commonly used at the ZBA and planning board and so forth does refer to things like, is it a gas station? Is it a candy store or whatever? That's how it's commonly applied. But I think I do understand the attorney's argument that in this particular case, that term use does apply, but that's really kind of a sideshow. It's just a distraction. I really don't think it matters. If you look at the ordinance, it's all about structures. So anyway, I'll end there. Thanks very much for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Richards. Moving on, I'll recognize Mary Jo Anderson. Ms. Anderson, if you can hear us, if you can unmute your mic, you have the floor. Can you hear us, Mary Jo Anderson? Okay, we can circle back. If you're having some trouble with your mic, we'll just leave your hand up and we'll try to come back to you.
Hello?
Yes.
Hi, I'm sorry. I couldn't figure out how to unmute.
No worries. Thank you.
I think, can you all hear me now?
We can.
Okay.
Feel free.
Okay, good evening. Thank you. Sorry about that. Bryce and Mary Jo Anderson. We are residents of Newburyport area the last 17 years. We're also current business owners operating at 73 State Street in downtown Newburyport. We are very familiar with the Fowles building located in the heart of downtown Newburyport. We are in favor and full support of the proposed changes for the operable windows at the new Bryan space. We feel it is very aesthetically pleasing upgrade, an essential step in making a safe and successful endeavor for the Caswell Group and a huge asset to the community. I encourage all parties to use common sense here and approve this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Moving on, Mr. Thomas Coulter-John. Mr. Coulter-John, you have the floor.
Can you hear me?
We can, sir.
Thank you. Tom Coulter-John, 64 Federal Street, co-president of the Newburyport Preservation Trust. The trust opposes this appeal in the strongest terms possible. Let us be clear. It is an appeal to challenge the downtown overlay district itself. Tonight is not about, or should not be about, windows or signs, or really any other architectural detail, the historic, on the historic and much loved Fowles building. The DOD was unanimously approved by the City Council some 7 years ago and has worked successfully to help preserve the downtown ever since then. It is only through that established process that the details of what should or should not be done to Fowles' exterior can emerge. The DOD is a thoughtful and careful process. All of us want a vibrant and economically viable historic downtown. Let's work toward that end. I urge you to deny this appeal and encourage the applicant to follow the downtown overlay district procedures and work with both the Newburyport Historical Commission and the Newburyport Planning Board. Without the DOD, we have nothing to protect downtown Newburyport. This appeal only delays a reasonable course of action and should be turned down. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coulter-John. Moving on, the moniker on this next hand up, it simply says Mike. Mike, if you can hear us, you have the floor, and we'll just ask you to give your full name and address if you could.
Mike, are you able to unmute on your end? It looks like Mike is using an older version of Zoom, so we're not sure if that'll be able to work.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me now? Okay, good evening.
Mike Santos, 32 Summit Place. We've heard that there was a lot of misinformation out there about the appeal and different opinions tonight. You know, from my perspective, we are in fact talking about windows only. We've heard the well-articulated reasons, legal reasons why allowing operable windows should be permitted. In addition to all those reasons, I think that the request to allow the windows at this time, particularly in history, is just the responsible thing to do. We live in a new normal. The investment in these windows for the additional ventilation just seems to be the responsible thing to do. The Caswell Restaurant Group, they have a very long history of investing in our city, investing in our downtown, investing in our community, and it's made a better place for all of us. My wife and her family, they've been here for generations. I've heard all the stories of Fowles, of her growing up in Newburyport. You know, she's got lots of great memories, and so do our own kids, but it's time to make new memories in what surely will be a beautiful new location that I believe will respect history and accommodate for the times. And with that, my wife and I are in full support of allowing this investment, another investment in the community in these windows. We ask that the board grant the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Recognizing
You're welcome.
Joanne Chang. Joanne Chang, if you can unmute your mic, you have the floor.
Hi, actually, Joanne Chang is my wife. This is Christopher Myers. We reside at 2 Jefferson Court. Forgive me for not having changed the name there.
No worries, Mr. Myers. Feel free to give us your thoughts.
Okay, I was born and raised in Newburyport, and I have incredible memories of Fowles. And whether it was going after a basketball game victory with our coach for hot dogs, or maybe trying to steal a comic book. I think it was a terrific place. I couldn't be any more passionately in favor of the Caswell Group's petition to change the windows. And what I'd like to say about that is, I think that for the last 45 years, I haven't lived in Newburyport. I recently moved back there. And over the last 10 years, it's the Caswell Group's restaurants that have brought us back to Newburyport with maybe more frequency than we typically may have come. They are simply quite excellent. My wife and I are in the restaurant business in Boston. So we know a little bit about going in front of the board in either I've owned restaurants in Cambridge and Boston, and making occasionally frivolous claims in front of boards like this. This is absolutely not a frivolous claim. I can't speak much about COVID transmission, but I can speak about the 500 or so employees that we have that are still afraid to come back and work inside because of airflow, and a considerable amount of the population that still feels likewise. Nobody can predict when the next pandemic will hit, but I have a feeling that the behaviors that we're practicing right now are going to be sort of the new normal during flu season for the next many years to come. I think we're going to be in mass. I think we're going to be afraid of spaces unless they're really well ventilated. And I think nothing would make that space more inspirational in the original Fowles memory than having it be a vibrant and successful restaurant. I've seen, I knew the owners of Superfine. I've known some of the people that have gone through there over the years. And I think that Brine will be there in 30 years. I think the quality of what they do, it speaks for itself. I think the more versatility you can bring to the space by making the windows more operable will only further serve to guarantee that success. So hope that was helpful.
Thank you, Mr. Myers. Recognizing Kathy Drost. Ms. Drost, you have the floor.
Hi, this is actually Tom Drost here with Kathy.
We live at 77 Lime Street. We moved here 5 years ago and love the town. Main reason we moved here was actually because of Brian and Saya. In addition to loving the waterfront and all the other things that people have mentioned, the history is obviously a very, very important part of this town. But I certainly think that there comes a time when you can replace windows and doors or whatever needs to be replaced in a respectful way to the history to keep contemporary and be able to be flexible with the times. It'll be a great loss to this town to lose Brian, more so in my opinion than updating windows in an appropriate style to maintain the integrity of the historical feel of the city. And we love living here, but we really love Brian and what Nancy and her group does and how they contribute to the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Drost. Recognizing Miss Megan Neely. Miss Neely, you have the floor.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. I'm actually a resident on State Street. I live at 10 State Street, and my windows look out directly onto Sayles, now Bryan location. And I see no reason why the operable window request should be denied. After reviewing the proposed plans, the integrity and overall historical integrity of this building will remain intact. From what I've heard during this meeting, this is not an appeal to take down the DOD. This is the simple request of a small business owner to be able to survive and thrive after an overwhelmingly difficult year without having to jump through hoops to do so. As someone who frequented restaurants regularly prior to the pandemic, not only am I myself apprehensive, but many other residents that I've spoken with are hesitant as well to dine indoors without knowing what safety dining options restaurants have without open air circulation. I have personally and visually seen, because of where I live, the impact daily that the pandemic had on Bryan as a business over the past 15 months in its previous location. The current Sayles location has seen so many restaurants come and go within that space over the past several years. I think as a community, we should do all that we can to not only support our local businesses in their success, but also help to aid in the current safety and health concerns of our community's residents. I can see and trust from these plans and the track record of local preservation that the Caswell Restaurant Group has proven to the downtown area and community. This will not only improve the success of their business in this space, but will also contribute to the well-being and comfort of our community members as we all begin to try and live as normally as we can and are allowed to. I ask that the board to take into consideration today that your decision not only has an impact on a local small business, but their employees, the well-being of our residents, and the local economy that this establishment supports. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Neely. Mr. Matt Pullen, will recognize you. If you can unmute your mic, you have the floor.
Hi, good evening, everybody. Matt Pullen, 184 Middle. I'm here to support Nancy. I want to first start off by saying I think what Nancy's done for the community relative to the fabric of the restaurant group and the industry has been fantastic. This is an unbelievably challenging time, and I think the fact that she's willing to take this on says a lot for her. Asking for open windows, I don't think is a lot. I'd encourage everyone to look at some recent studies that have come out. MIT recently published a study on April 27th. It's available for anyone to read if they want to Google it, that fresh air is absolutely critical to the health and safety of everyone. So as a member of the community, I'd encourage everyone to, make this acceptance and let the city move forward and thrive with Nancy and her team. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Pullen. At this point, I'm going to recognize a call-in attendee. The number on the attendee list is 1617, and then it ends in 580. I can't see a name, but if you recognize that as your number, Andy, what's the?
That's actually Jonathan Eichman, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, Attorney Eichman, is,
Yeah, we could just, that might be just the default based on the way that Zoom is set up, so I wouldn't worry about it.
no, okay, thank you. Okay, so, and actually, members of the audience, once you've spoken, if we could ask you to place your hand down unless you wish to speak further. It just allows us to run through a list and make sure we can get to everyone. Moving next, I'll recognize Mr. John Growitz. Mr. Growitz, if you can hear us, kindly unmute your mic and you have the floor.
Thank you. This is John Growitz and Sarah Growitz of 149 Merrimack Street. We are in full support of this appeal for many of the reasons that people have stated previously, not just the contributions that the Caswell Restaurant Group has made to our fine city, but also the nature of this appeal. You know, what I found when we're discussing the DOD, you know, those of us that are not attorneys, I just found a lot of gray areas in the comments from the city solicitor. And I think it's troubling when we hold back a business like this over gray areas. Just because something was voted on previously doesn't mean that it was done with efficiency, or that other problems, much like this pandemic, that have arisen don't change the way that we viewed something then. So for the sake of the success of a restaurant in that space where so many have failed, for the sake of the conditions that we're dealing with on a day-to-day basis now in a pandemic, I think that the approval of operable windows to allow airflow in a space like Bryan supersede these gray areas that we're all discussing, in my estimation, inconclusively. So I support this appeal. I think that it's the right thing to do for our city. I think it's the right thing to do for the Caswell Restaurant Group. And I would ask the board to consider my words and everyone that's spoken previously to allow this to happen.
All right, thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Growitz. I'll recognize Kelly Duncan. Ms. Duncan, you have the floor.
Hi, thank you. Kelly Duncan. I'm at 17 Bill Run Drive. My husband and I grew up in Newburyport, and we're raising our daughters here now. And I just like to say that, you know, I spent every Sunday morning as a child going to Fowles with my family. And I would like nothing more than to keep the historic charm of the city. And I'm in complete favor of what Nancy is trying to do. I love the idea of open air dining, and I think it will create such a beautiful experience and give downtown Newburyport even more of a community feel. Everything Nancy has done with our restaurants has been aligned to the historic and quaint feel of Newburyport. And I completely trust in what she's looking to do at Fowles. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Duncan. Shelley Goff. Ms. Goff, we'll recognize you, and you have the floor.
Shelley, are you with us? You appear to be unmuted, but we do not hear you.
All right. What we can do is, Ms. Goff, if you can hear us, this is Chairman Ciampetti again. I'll circle back to you. If you want to leave your hand up, we'll make sure we come back so we can get your thoughts.
Mr. Chair, if I could as well, both for Shelley and also for Patricia Pecknick and anyone else who may be having technical difficulties, there is a call-in number on the city's calendar as well, and you can use that to let us know that you're interested in speaking. Once you've dialed in, you can press *9 to raise your hand.
Thank you, Andy. That's great. That's great input for those that are having any trouble. Mr. Joe DeBase. Or Joe Tobias, my apologies.
No problem, no one gets it right. Joe DBA's 15 Francis Drive, Newburyport. I'd like to lend my support for this appeal. I was particularly intrigued by Attorney Mead's comment that most cities and towns don't regulate historic preservation through zoning because of grandfather provisions. And this made a lot of sense to me. And I hope the board follows up on this during their deliberation. And if you agree that the downtown overlay district has a grandfather provision, as Attorney Mead, in my opinion, rightfully states, then we should be doing something that really protects historic preservation and has some teeth behind it. And that's all I want to say about that. The Preservation Trust has said on social media that we should consider the legacy of Nicholas Arakalian. It was great to hear the letter from the Mary Alice Arakalian Foundation that Nancy read. They've been entrusted with the legacy of Nick and Mary Alice Arakalian, and the fact that they support the proposed window upgrade is an endorsement that I can't think of a better one. So I think that the board should take that into consideration. I can understand how some people might think that this process that brought us here tonight is out of the ordinary, but had Nancy gone through the DOD process, which can be lengthy and costly and might have just ended up right back where we are tonight, I think that deserves some special consideration given the fact that restaurants have really suffered over these past 15 months. I don't want to destroy the history of Falls. I want it to continue. I want it to continue for a long, long time. And given the fact that we've had the two most recent restaurants that were there not succeed, I think Nancy's expertise and experience in the business and her opinion that open air dining is required in order to make it successful is really something that should be considered. And finally, just to wrap up, please consider this appeal carefully by finding that the proposed upgrade of the windows will do exactly what section 1-C of the Newburyport zoning ordinance states as the very first purpose of the ordinance. And namely, and I'm going to quote, promote the health, safety, convenience, and general welfare of the inhabitants of the city of Newburyport. Thanks to the board. Thanks to Nancy. I hope this appeal succeeds.
Thank you, sir. Moving on to Beth Schmidt. Ms. Schmidt, you have the floor.
Hi, my name is Beth Ann Schmidt. I live at 485 Merrimack Street. I'm concerned because this appeal does seem to be about the dismantling of the DOD. And with that, there goes our historic preservation in downtown Newburyport. I do think that there is a process here that needs to be followed, and unfortunately by going a legal route and doing this appeal, it seems like they're trying to circumvent that. I understand that with COVID and everything trying to be to help restaurants, I've gone to Bryan. It's a fantastic place, but as someone who previously worked in museums, preservation is important. The reason why that Fowles is such an amazing place is not only the memories, but it is that historic integrity. Yes, it was in a federal building, and the lawyer made reference to that the building dates back to the 1820s, but it also has a historic facade that dates back to the Art Deco period that should be preserved. And, with that, I have concerns because it said that the signage with the vitrolite glass sign is not going to be removed, but then according to the letter, it said that the foundation would be fine for it to be removed. If that vitrolite glass is removed, it could be broken. When it's gone forever. Glass like that hasn't been in production since the 1940s. And that is part of what makes that property distinct. And, yes, it needs to be repaired, but, that is also something that the owner of the building should also be undertaking. So my biggest concern is over the fact that this seems to be more that business owners are not wanting to have the DOD have oversight over what can and can't be done. Hopefully something can come up where there could be a way, you know, by going through the process and doing this, but this seems like a circumvent. And I'm afraid that it's going to set a precedent, a legal precedent that other people are going to use moving forward. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schmidt. Recognizing Mr. John Grohol, please. Mr. Grohol, you have the floor.
Yes, hi, thank you. John Grohol, 55 Pleasant Street. I support the proposed appeal for the changes of the Fowles building to allow for windows that open during a global pandemic. This is a building built around 1820 that had a significant change to its facade nearly 120 years later. Those windows were contemporary to the time, but they are not historically consistent with the original building. The proposed changes are far more consistent with the historic facade of the original building, consistent with the nature of the downtown district, and that there's no proposed change in use of the building. I hope that common sense prevails, that citizens' health is put before architectural concerns, and that Newburyport supports businesses during this trying time. I support the proposed changes wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grohl. Recognizing next, the moniker simply says Joe. Joe, if you can hear us, you have the floor. Andy, can you tell if Joe has his?
Looks like Joe's just unmuted. Joe, are you with us? May still be having some difficulties. Joe, again, there is a call-in number on the city's website as well.
Okay, how's this?
Yes.
We can hear you.
Okay.
Great.
My name is Joe Maloney. I live at 158 Merrimack Street, and I've been a resident here in Newburyport going on 3 years. And I just want to say that I support the capability of the restaurant owners to change the windows to something more modern. I've walked by what would be the new Brine, I don't know how many times, and looked at the drawings. I think they look great. I also have walked by it many times now since I've moved in. That building has been empty. And I don't think it's too historical or within keeping with the town. You have an empty storefront. It kind of looks condemned. And we have a situation here where the business owner is going to put a lot of time, money, and effort into updating the space. And if any of you have been down that way, you'll notice that where they used to be is now being occupied by a new business. So if anything, this work is just going to enhance the downtown area. And, you know, if the DOD is involved, then why didn't they say something about putting the street dining in? I mean, that certainly is keeping the past. But in conclusion, I think that we're splitting hairs over some windows. I'd really like to see the appeal be approved. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Moving on to Kara McLeod. Ms. McLeod, if you can hear us, you have the.
Hi, Kara McLeod, 7 New Hall Lane. And I just want to add my full support to Nancy and the Caswell Restaurant Group. And I know there's a lot of back and forth about what this meeting is actually about and preserving downtown. But, you know, as other people have said, we are talking about windows, and the windows that Nancy wants to bring in are much more aesthetically pleasing and go better with the building than what is currently there. Again, with everything that's happened in the past year, I think we need to support our local small businesses. And we also need to, while preserving our history, we also do need to change with the times. So I think Nancy brings a wonderful balance to that. So I just urge everyone to please support this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McLeod. Chris Johnston. Mr. Johnston, if you can hear me, you have the floor.
Hey, thanks, Rob. So I just wanted to mention that my wife and I, we moved here to Newburyport in 2009. A lot of it had to do because of the preservation efforts of local Newburyport organizations. We were actually on our honeymoon up to Bar Harbor, Maine, stopped off here and fell in love with the community and ended up moving here a year later. Sayles was actually one of the first places that we ever dined at. From then on, from we moved here, we met some folks in the local area that we've really gained the utmost respect for. And number one on that list is Nancy Coswell. And the thing that I gain respect for about Nancy is that she doesn't just care about her businesses. She cares about Newburyport as a whole, the state as a whole. I mean, she's one of the first people that started the Mass Restaurant United through the pandemic. I mean, that says something. So I think back to the time when I worked with the Chamber of Commerce as well. She was the first person to step up for our Restaurant Week efforts. She donated her time, her money, her efforts, her employees, everything. It was absolutely unbelievable. And then fast forward to COVID-19, she was the first person to pivot and save, and really, in my eyes, save downtown. There's no one else in the world that I think that should bring 17th State Street up to the standards. She knows the city more than anyone else. She knows she knows that now is the time for collaboration of our downtown, bring people in. The days of siloed restaurants are done. Let's open the windows. Let's get people collaborating. Let's get people talking. I think it's Nancy's time. She's earned it, and it's really her time. The other thing I wanted to mention is that I didn't know Mr. and Mrs. Arkelian, but I see their names on buildings around town, specifically the Firehouse Center for the Arts, and they seem to prefer places in Newburyport to be lively and engaging. And I think open windows at one of their facilities, I think they would be smiling down on us for that particular effort. So my wife and I, Grace Johnson and I, we live at 287 High Street. We are in 100%, 100 billion% in favor of this, of Nancy's plans moving forward. That's it.
Thank you, Chris and Grace, for your comments. And Kimberly Holliday, you have the floor.
Thank you. If I can figure out how to unmute myself. Have I done that?
Yes, we can hear you. You can go ahead. Thanks.
Excellent. Thanks. I do have something to say, but I think it's really important because I feel like many of the comments tonight have come from people who perhaps are not exactly clear what the special permit hearing or what the zoning board is considering this evening. So I would ask the zoning board a question first, and that would be if you could clarify, has in fact the Caswell Restaurant Group applied for a special permit to change the windows under the DOD?
Ms. Holliday, actually, this is Chairman Champetti. If we could, this section is public comment. So what I'd like to have you do, and certainly this can be addressed when we go to the next section in deliberations and such. So it's not an attempt to subvert a question and answer, but if we could have your full name and address as well. But feel free to pose any question that you'd like to be addressed, and we will we'll continue to take public comment and address it if we can.
Certainly, thank you. 20 Tremont Street. And the reason I posed the question is that many of the commentators tonight, with very good reason, have spoken about Nancy Caswell and her wonderful restaurants and how important they are to the community and how much they bring and how people have loved having her here, the wonder that she's been, the benefits that she's brought, and the simple appearance of the question of windows. But I don't think that's really what is before the zoning board right now, because unfortunately, despite all of her wonderful qualities and her capabilities as a restaurateur and a community member, she has not partaken in the community process by applying for a special permit in order to make changes to the structure in which she wants to have a restaurant. And that is what I would like to speak to. And that is that we do have a downtown overlay district in place, which allows restaurants and businesses of all types to make changes, but simply to go through a process that allows the community to partake in, which tonight we are doing. Many people have come forward to say this would be wonderful, but unfortunately that's not what's before us right now, because she did not choose to go that route and actually have that public comment and that process go forward. And someone, I believe it was Joe DeBasse tonight, said, oh, she didn't follow it because it would be lengthy and costly. But in fact, the route that she's chosen, which is to not to deny this and force the board to make decisions that are perhaps difficult, puts her in a position of taking a lengthy and costly trip through court and challenging the downtown overlay district, which would be far more lengthy and far more costly than if she had simply applied for a special permit and gone through the process, which we have set up in our community to facilitate a democratic process. And I don't think that anyone here has at all spoken in against her, against the windows, against what she might like to do, but rather she has chosen not to participate as a community member in a community process. And that's what I find most disturbing and upsetting. We have that not just for Nancy Caswell, but for everything that comes forward and everything that comes after and everything that comes in the future. And that was put in place to protect the community against many, many different things. So to take down that oversight over one thing that we can all agree on seems a very unfortunate place to be. And I would hope that somehow she would see it to pursue the special permit process that would allow us all to gather behind her and support her. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Holliday. And if I might, I'm going to just take a quick pause because it does raise a point of some confusion, and certainly with respect to all of those in attendance, the applicants included, as well as members of the ZBA. It is quite a complicated, legally steeped mire that is before us, and I think it's worth taking a moment just to clarify, perhaps further define the process that we have before us right now. If I can ask Attorney Eichmann, if you could just comment very briefly with respect to the propriety. I think the question may have risen, and it may be a fair one, and it's worthy of addressing. With respect to the applicant's choice and the propriety, the legal propriety of taking one step over another, could you just flesh out for the board that point, that point that I believe Ms. Holliday had raised and perhaps others have as well?
Yes, Mr. Chair, and I think at this point it's worth noting that Attorney Mead earlier mentioned that I may have misspoke when I said that what was required to get approval for operable windows as opposed to what's there now requires a special permit. I believe the zoning administrator, looking at her decision, said that it would require a variance that would conflict with the requirements of the ordinance. So I think that is what would be required. But to your question, I would agree with the prior speaker that what's before the board is essentially an appeal of the validity of the DOD ordinance as it applies to these particular windows. And that is correct that the petitioner has not chosen to seek the variance that the zoning administrator directed her to seek and said was that the route was available to her to seek that variance to put the windows in that she wants to put in. Instead of seeking that variance, she chose to challenge the validity of the ordinance, and that's what's in front of the board right now.
Thank you, Attorney Eichmann. And is it, just to dovetail on that, is it also true, or is it fair to say that that choice is itself also within the purview of the rights and choices of any applicant? Is it fair to say that this process is inclusive in that sort of that legal process. It's just a different path. And I think that that's a distinction that's worthy of just explaining, because it's certainly fairly confusing to many, I'm sure.
Well, it's certainly the applicant's choice, correct? It could have chosen, instead of appealing the zoning administrator's decision, to apply for a variance.
Okay.
Mr.
Thank you,
Chair.
Attorney Mead. I was going to recognize you before we moved on, just in balance and fairness. So if you'd like to respond, I certainly would like to invite that.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Eichmann is correct. The zoning administrator and the ordinance requires a variance from the requirement that the operation of the windows not be changed. And so it requires a variance. And this board has seen 2 such variances and has determined not to award those variances, because under 40A section 10, there's very clear criteria on the awarding or granting of a variance. And the determination, so there are 2 choices. A, either the zoning ordinance applies or it doesn't apply, which is this question that we are seeking a determination on this evening, or a variance, which has a different standard. So the applicant is not trying to get around anything. The applicant is saying, apply the statute. The statute says the ordinance can't apply to these windows. And the zoning code administrator is saying it does apply to the windows. And if you don't think so, you need to get a variance from the ordinance. So I want to be really clear about that. This was not anybody trying to get around anything. The ordinance and the zoning code enforcement officer were clear. You need a variance. The variance standards, quite frankly, have been tested by this board already, and they've been denied, the 2 requests that have been come before the board. And the fact of the matter is, and this is why 40A section 6, paragraph 1 doesn't apply to historic buildings. And that's a serious issue. And to this particular issue, for these particular windows, at this particular time, we're asking the board to look at 40A section 6, paragraph 1, and make a determination that, in fact, as it applies right now to these windows, to this question, it doesn't apply. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Mead. Okay, I'd like to then move on and continue with our public comment. And in doing so, I'm going to recognize the moniker is Diana. Diana, if you can hear us, if you can unmute your mic, you have the floor.
Oh, yes, thank you so much. I appreciate the chair giving me a chance to speak. I would just like to say that I live in an old house. I live 2 minutes away from the Fowles property. And I did a research on my house, which came back, 1784, something like that. But the first paragraph of the comment of the research said, no original architectural features remain. I think that's sad. I think losing those windows would be sad. I know they're not original, but they're original enough. I just don't know why we have to keep doing this. We have to keep fighting for our town to stay our town. I understand we're in a pandemic. People want air, but we're finding different ways of solving that. Outdoor dining. I mean, Loretta's doesn't have a problem. They've never asked to open their windows. Vasa has not asked to open their windows. I don't think their windows are open. I'm not sure, but I don't think so. I'm just confused as to why we want to alter a building that shouldn't be altered. We keep coming back here doing the same thing. Let's change it. Let's make it better. Why can't we just love what we have? That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Let's see, I'll recognize the moniker reads Ann's HP. If that sounds like you, you have the floor.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm Ann Tuthill. I live at One High Road. I've been a resident of Newburyport for over 30 years. And going back about 25 years, I was the chair of the Newburyport Historical Commission. I want to speak in favor of the petition to change the windows to provide improved ventilation. While I understand the former speaker's point, I'd like to say that one thing that has not been addressed is that this is not an irreversible change. We've seen a lot of things change in the city, center chimneys coming down, roof lines changing, roof decks going up. Those are irreversible. If for some reason somebody thinks the 1940 era windows that don't open would work better, they could go back to those. But the windows that provide ventilation are what we need now. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll recognize next, let's see, Stephanie Nikitich. Ms. Nikitich, if you can unmute your mic, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. Stephanie Nikitich, 93 High Street. So I know that a lot of the comment has been about the windows, but what's before you is not about windows. It is about the DOD and whether or not it is valid. And so all of the questions that people have about, and the applicant has about the windows could be dealt with under our zoning. And they're not being, that's not what the applicant chose to do. And so I hope that the ZBA will deny the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nikitich. Recognizing Laura Bentley. Ms. Bentley, if you can hear us, just unmute your mic. And if you've called in, what's that function, Andy? Is it *9?
Correct. *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute when allowed to speak.
Very good. And Ms. Bentley, you have the floor.
Thank you. I think I got the unmute there. So I'm Laura Bentley, and I own Newburyport.com. And I work with many local restaurants and retailers, and both Brian and Saya have been customers of mine for quite a few years now. And I just can't think of a better and stronger restaurant owner to help revitalize this amazing location. So I am fully in support of the request for the windows. And I think it's the right thing to do, because I think it's really important to take into consideration the fact that, obviously there are so many people that regardless of the fact that we're moving in a positive direction with the pandemic and vaccines, there's still many people who are fearful. And, whatever we can do to provide a safe environment, not only for customers, but for the employees, the staff as well, I think it's an important thing to do. And I have 100% confidence that Nancy will definitely do things with the highest standards and quality. She just has such a strong track record of you know, how she's managed even her former building that she owned here in town where Sayles was located. So I just really support her, and I hope that others do too, because she's really given back to the community in so many ways. And you know, I think that obviously I think that many people agree historic preservation is important. It's very important, but the appeal process is here for a reason, and it's here because when many of these things were determined, you know, people weren't anticipating a pandemic. So I think that I just hope that people are reasonable and that they do the right thing, because if this is not approved, if Nancy can't get this approved, I really question what other restaurant will actually even want to rent the location. So, you know, I think that that's something to consider, because we all want this amazing location to be preserved, and it won't be if it's sitting vacant, you know, for the near future until possibly somebody takes it over. So, you know, please definitely consider supporting Nancy's request. I think it's the right thing to do, and thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Beck. Moving on, I'll recognize Veronica Carleo. Ms. Carleo, you have the floor. If you can unmute your mic.
And Veronica, you'll have to unmute on your computer as well.
This was an accidental raising of the hand. We apologize.
No worries. Thank you. Let's see. Luke Root. Mr. Root, you have the floor.
Hi, thank you very much. Luke Root, 17 Lunt Street. I'm not an attorney, but I do find it interesting that probably only an attorney could obfuscate a debate by making a new meaning for the word use. That being said, I think, you know, whether you've lived here for 5 years, my wife and I moved here 5 years ago, or you've been here for 30 years, there's a certain charm to Newburyport that comes in part to the historic nature of the town and the preservation. So we feel the same way as probably everybody else on this call does. That being said, you know, times do change, and you know, I don't think that by changing some windows in a historic building downtown that you're drastically changing the feel or the look of what we have. We have a Starbucks on State Street. You know, are we not going to allow electronic cars to park on State Street because they didn't exist 40 years ago? I don't think that's the case either. So I just echo some of the callers earlier that I think reason should prevail. And, you know, I think the other thing that makes Newburyport such a great community is the people who reside here and the people who care about the community. And it's very obvious that that the owners of OBrien are locals. They care about the community. And I think we're very fortunate to have such restaurateurs that have taken such a vested interest in our community. And we look forward to visiting the New OBrien location for many years to come.
Thank you, Mr. Root. Recognizing next, the moniker is Marianne. Marianne, if you can hear us, kindly just unmute your mic and you have the floor.
I just want to reiterate the statements made by Beth Schmidt regarding historic preservation, and I believe it was Ms. Holliday, also the city's solicitor, with regard to you know, going around the DOD, not asking for a variance in this situation. And then I just have what may be a dumb question. Is there a way of installing windows that will not in any way cause harm to the sign that's already there? And the ventilation systems that are being promoted now, has that been looked at as an alternative instead of, disrupting the windows and the signage?
Thank you, Mary Ann. And I promise you, just so that we can continue through the public comment, that if my colleagues don't raise the two questions you posed, I'll raise them myself. The ventilation, whether ventilation systems can be installed and whether windows can be installed without impacting the existing sign banner. But was there anything else you wanted to say before we moved on, ma'am?
No, just in support of, keeping the overlay district and following the process for asking for a variance. I'm concerned about setting precedent and losing our history and our culture in the city.
Thank you, ma'am. Moving on, Mr. Paul Dennison, we'll recognize you next. If you could unmute your mic, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to say that I am in full support of this appeal. I too moved into town about 6 years ago, and prior to that, I visited several times. And one of the main reasons why I moved here was just walking around downtown, the history and just the charm and the wonderful people that live here in town. And I wanted to be a part of that. I did a lot of research when it came to the history of the Fowles building. And I'm trying to think back to like when Mr. Arkillian made 17 and 21 State Street one building, and that he needed to do what was necessary to create a facade that was necessary for the times. And I look at that now as we're in a time of a global pandemic and COVID and what's going on. And I think that having windows that open is necessary for the health and safety of the guests of a building that's just trying to do what's necessary for the times. I look at what's going around town, and I really think that people in town want to be a part of the history of Fowles instead of another failed restaurant in the space and people just walking by and seeing a vacant building from the outside. And so I'm in full support of the appeal and hope that the operable windows are a thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dennison. Moving on to Shelley Goff. Ms. Goff, you have the floor.
Can you hear me now?
We can. Thank you.
Great. Hi, my name is Shelley Goff. I'm the bar manager at Brine. Actually, I have been for about 4 years. I'd just like to offer a little bit of a different perspective than maybe you guys have heard here for so far. I want to thank the people who've advocated for common sense in this matter. And I encourage you to please consider what the last year has been like for people who do this job. This is not about circumventing the DoD. The lucky among us have only had to live in fear and uncertainty, while the unlucky are among the thousands who've gotten sick and died, as the restaurant and agricultural industries are the hardest hit by the pandemic by a pretty large margin. Nancy went above and beyond to advocate for us, to keep us employed, to keep all of our heads above water, to fight for us to get unemployment. You hear about restaurants not having anyone willing to come back under the allure of unemployment, but that's not happening here. We want to go back to work, but we have children and we care for elderly parents, and we have compromised partners who haven't been vaccinated. And beyond the fear of transmitting disease to our families, we've also had to live with the intense fear of not being able to support those same families. So this isn't. I understand what you guys are saying about wanting to preserve the look and the history of downtown, but like this is our lives. Like we're trying to survive here, and the windows will make a really big difference. That's all I have to say. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Goff. I see the moniker Fred, and it just simply says Fred. Fred, if you can unmute your mic, you have the floor.
Hi, this is Fred Durr, the owner of Newburyport Fish, one of the fellow small business owners with Nancy in town. We've not only had a curveball thrown at us in the past 15 months just to be successful, but also to survive. We were very fortunate to have an operable window installed in the tannery even before the pandemic. So that pretty much saved us. And I'm in full support of what Nancy's doing, what she's looking to do. And if anybody's been in the store, we have had multiple customers very, very happy in the way we're running our business. And we've not allowed anybody in since March 30th of last year. This has not only kept customers safe, but also our staff. We've not closed one day since this pandemic started, and we've kept a full staff one. So I'd like to thank you guys for the time.
Thank you, sir. All right, Carla Cowles. Ms. Cowles, if you can unmute your mic, you have the floor.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Hi, this is Carla Coles. I live at 3 Broad Street, and I'm calling to support Nancy. And I think having open windows is vital, especially in these in an old building. And as for the DOD and circumventing, I think anybody that has worked or known Nancy all these years, they know that she makes careful decisions and she does not take shortcuts. So I would like the board to consider that. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cowles. Let's see. Have we recognized Dan Wilson? Mr. Wilson, have we already recognized you? If not, you can unmute your mic and you have the floor.
Okay. Hey, thanks. Hold on.
And Dan, you'll have to shut off one of the devices you have in your room. Otherwise, we'll have the echo effect. And Dan, you'll have to unmute again once you've done that.
I'm there now.
Excellent. We can hear you, Dan.
All right, great. Thanks for taking my call. Well, I've heard a lot tonight. And first of all, my name is Dan Wilson, and I live at 7 Williamson Ave in Newburyport. I also am fortunate to own a couple other places downtown on State Street. That being said, I don't think I've ever been called the voice of reason, and I'm not looking to be called that in the near future. But I think we're talking about windows, and on a dilapidated, vacant building storefront that would be dilapidated and vacant for who knows how long. You have a couple people who want to step up and actually put their hard-earned money into a building that needs to be addressed, that needs to be worked on, that needs to be cleaned up, to be set aside from the rest of the for lease, for rent, for sale signs that are downtown, either on State Street or Pleasant Street. They need to be commended for this, because they're going to dump a lot of money into this building, and people are losing sight on that. They're focusing on windows when they don't realize how much money they're putting into the actual building themselves. So that's my first thing. The second thing is, all these people that are on their high soapboxes, they ought to take a step down to earth and, take a look at what they're saying. They're digging the heels in, they're grasping at straws on something that is so small about windows. They're trying to make it this big scale that they're going to go into and put shopping malls downtown, demo all these buildings. That's not what's happening here. You have somebody who wants to beautify a building or storefront that's going to make it attractive for people to walk into or want to eat at or want to, at least take a look at, have the eyes drawn to it, as opposed to something they're going to walk by. So I understand what they're trying to do. It makes sense to me. I just can't wrap my head around these people who think that This is hurting the preservation of Newburyport, the historical preservation of Newburyport. It makes no sense to me. But I just wanted to say my 2 cents, and that's it. I appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. I believe with that, Andy, is this telephone number 1978-407? Do I keep coming back to Attorney Eichmann? Is that?
I know that we do have, I think, another speaker there.
Oh, very good. Then I can recognize that call-in number that ends in 580. If you could just give your name and address, and you have the floor.
Yeah, I'm sorry, just to clarify, that's actually the number 407.
Oh, sorry, 407. Yes, 1978, then ending in 407. Thank you.
Hello, am I coming through loud and clear?
Yes, you are, sir.
Oh, hi, this is Reg Bacon. I live at 21 Strong Street in Newburyport. I would love to speak about windows, perhaps at a future proper hearing. I know the applicant. I would love to speak in support of the applicant. I'm sure the applicant is kind to children and small animals. But what I would like to do is speak about this appeal. As I concur with the opinion of the city solicitor for Newburyport, that the appeal is about the validity of the downtown overlay district and that it is misdirected. Our citizen volunteer zoning board aims to thoughtfully interpret and apply our zoning laws for applicants that seek a variance or special permit, but the zoning board is not empowered to toss the zoning laws out the window. It appears to me that this is an appeal for the courts to judge on its merits or lack thereof. So I say, get in line and follow the proper procedure and avoid a trip to court. Speaking of our downtown overlay district and the demolition control overlay district, the two preservation zoning laws that in theory at least aim to protect what remains of Newburyport's historic authenticity, they've been on the books since 2014, and some may wonder how that happened. In early 2013, a citizen initiative for the establishment of a local historic district fell short of city council approval. That fall, citywide voters had their say, and an entire lineup of pro-preservation candidates were elected, from the mayor right through to the at-large and ward councilors. The drafting of preservation zoning laws was a priority, and in April 2014, the two protective laws were passed unanimously by our citizen-elected city council. Since that time, our planning office has worked constantly to plug loopholes to protect the city's ambiance we love from the ravages of greed. So I see this appeal as nothing but a police end run around the will of the citizens. So moving forward from this appeal and to any future challenges to the public good, my hope is that as a community, we can somehow come to view preservation not as restriction, but civilization. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think our final caller is Mead Caswell. Mr. Caswell, if you can unmute your mic, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to just speak about what goes on with downtown, and I'd like to rebut the last caller. So yes, years ago, the LHD came into effect. We did have a vote on the LHD, and it was, as I remember, it was shot down. And the city voted against it because they didn't want to give up their rights. And what happened in the meantime was, yes, as the previous caller said, people did run for election in the city council and everything else. But with everybody's busy schedule, raising children, running businesses, they didn't realize what was being passed. Now with the change of times, with the change of the downtown, people are starting to realize what has gone on. I'm intimately involved with the downtown because I've changed probably every storefront on State Street over the years. And every time they have to pay these exorbitant fees and everything else for what they're trying to do down there at Fowles is not trying to overturn the DOD. The only thing you can do is you can appeal it to the ZBA, and you have to state the merits you appeal it on. And that's what tonight is. They're stating the merits they're appealing it on. They're not trying to overturn the DOD. They have to state the reasons why they say the DOD is wrong. If the ZBA decides that they want to have the windows be operable, they can easily carve out a little section and say the DOD stands, but we're going to give you windows. All this misnomer of everyone's trying to take down the city. No one's going to walk through downtown State Street and wipe it out and make strip malls. That's a ridiculous statement. Anybody who knows anything understands the value of the town. And I think the problem we're having now is people are starting to wake up to what their rights are, and property owners are not happy about their rights being taken away. So I think what you're starting to get pushed back now on is a lot of people own a lot of property in town and they pay the taxes. And a lot of people come and complain who don't pay taxes. And the people who don't pay taxes, to the order of the other people, are saying, why can't I just fix my building? And that's the issue I think we're running into. I think the zoning board should approve the change of the window use only and move on. And that should be it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Caswell. And I think finally, I see the hand of Miss Stephanie Nikodic again. And Stephanie, I'm not sure if you wanted to speak again, or if that was just your hand was still up, but you're the last hand standing, as they say. So I wanted to make sure I recognized every hand.
I'm sorry. No, I didn't mean to. I've tried to lower my hand.
Okay, my apologies. Thank you, Ms. Nikodic. Okay, so I believe, Andy, do you see any other hands up? I see Mr.
The only Kimberly Holiday, who I think spoke previously, but I could be mistaken.
Well, yes, she has, and as she is got her hand up, I'll recognize her once more, and I'll just it's a very long evening to all of those that have been very patient members of the public and attendees and panelists, so as to be able to move matters along. I will ask, we'll look to wrap this up if we can, and Ms. Holiday, I'll recognize you a second time. You can just unmute your mic, and you have the floor if you please.
Thank you, sir. I really appreciate it. And I do know it's a long night for everybody, and I will make my comments brief, but if you will indulge me, I do want to speak to the question of procedure that we were talking about before. And Attorney Mead spoke and said that, that the question of a variance had come before your board at prior times. And I wanted to make sure that everyone who's here in this hearing understands that each variance is considered individually, and that the fact that some variance in the past had been denied does not indicate anything that would potentially happen before your board should she or her client bring that variance to you. And in fact, she indicated that such a variance would be such a difficult and tedious, difficult thing to do to present to the board. And I would encourage those people in attendance here to see that, in fact, applying for a variance is not an overly strenuous, and certainly not as strenuous as going to court or challenging an entire district, as would be applying for the variance. For example, the requirements are listed on the City of Newburyport's website and include things like stating why the use needs to be changed and the circumstances that relate to and create hardship, and why this would be particularly useful or important. And so those things that I would hope that the conclusion of this hearing, given everything that has been said, that perhaps the Caswells would consult with their attorney and consider applying for a variance, and thereby avoid the other issues that could be presented if they pursue this to its full extent. It would seem to me that a variance, or pursuing a variance, would be a very simple way to solve this problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Holiday. Okay, seeing no further hands and having gone thoroughly through, I believe by my count, we had 60 comments. which is a robust public participation, and I'm grateful. I'm sure we all are for that. I'm going to close that portion of the public hearing and move to questions from the board. These questions, of course, can be posed to any of the applicant's attorney, and of course to our city solicitor, who is gracious enough to be still sitting in on this meeting for our benefit. Beginning with Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to everyone for their input and comments. I have this question. It's for Attorney Mead in that, I guess, point one of your appeal. You mentioned an application of the downtown overlay district to this property contravenes General Law 40A, Section 6. The applicant argues that the DOD as a whole cannot be applied to the property because it was enacted, the DOD was enacted after the existing building was erected and the use was commenced. Given that pretty much all these buildings and the reason for the DOD was to protect the integrity of these buildings, what buildings in the downtown Newburyport area would you argue did apply, that the DOD would apply on the whole?
So, Mr. Moore, thank you. So my appeal can only be on the question at hand, which is to the windows. If you'd like me to opine, generally speaking, I'll go back to my earlier comment in that historic preservation districts and bylaws and ordinances are by and large adopted under general ordinance or general bylaw provisions, or in accordance with Chapter 40C, or as a special act, because in those instances, they can be retroactive. And so if you apply the Zoning Act to the entire downtown, which we are not doing because that's not where we are, we have a matter before us. I don't represent everybody in the downtown. Any building that existed or use that existed prior to the adoption of the zoning in 2014, the DOD, depending on what was requested, may not apply. In this instance, we're not proposing a change of use, and we're not proposing to change the structure. We're proposing to modify the windows for the same exact use, not for a different use in a substantially different manner, which if you go on to read the statute, that's exactly what it says. That's not what we're doing. So in this particular instance, in this particular building, for this particular request, for this particular use, it doesn't apply.
All right, thank you. I have no further questions at this time.
Very good. Let's see, Mr. Delisle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll pick up on this, Mr. Moore's question with Attorney Mead. So I'm just confused here. I sincerely mean this. With regard to Section 6, it does say that it shall apply to any reconstruction, extension, or structural change of such structure. So isn't this a structural change?
So actually in the, if you read the revised version of Section 6 in the updated version, right? Shall apply to any change or substantial extension of such use. Okay, so this is not a change or extension of such use. If you go on, Mr. Delisle, to your point, right? It's if you have a proposal to provide for its use in a substantially different purpose, or for the same purpose in a substantially different manner, or to a substantially greater extent, then, except for a single or two-family residential structure, then it would apply. But that's not what's happening here. So typically you see 48 Section 6 apply to things that are non-conforming, because the adoption of the zoning would make something non-conforming, right? So for example, the city council voted a few years ago to downzone, if you will, the R3 district, right? And so almost all of those structures that became R2 became non-conforming because there was a change of dimensional requirements. Well, that's not what happened here. This building still is conforming. It's still by right. This use is still conforming. It's still by right. And what's being proposed isn't a change for a substantial extension of the use. That's not what's happening. They want to change the windows for the continued use, the same use, the restaurant use. So it doesn't apply.
Well, but what about the comma there? It says, but shall apply to any change or substantial extension of a use, comma, to a
Yep.
building or special permit issued after the first notice of said public hearing, comma, to any reconstruction, extension, or structural change of such structure, and to
Yeah.
any alteration of the structure begun after the first notice, blah, 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 blah. Are those, that's all one item, not four separate items?
Right, but that goes for change. You have to keep going. To provide for its use for a substantially different purpose, for the same purpose in a substantially different manner. Or to a substantially greater extent. And that's
Okay.
not what's happening here.
Okay. Okay. All right. So that's, thank you for now.
Yeah.
All right. Moving to Mr. Eichmann. Mr. Eichmann, are you still there?
I certainly am. Thank you.
Okay. Why would this not apply with respect to a reconstruction, extension, or structural change of such a structure? I guess my question to you is, how did we get talking about uses and not about structures? Is it because, as Attorney Mead says, that for a structure, we have to get to the use and a substantially different use or a different purpose? Can you speak to that?
Well, yeah, I think that's as good a summary as you can give. I think the point the Attorney Mead is making here is that Section 6 protects existing structures or uses, and the point, or the argument is that changing of the windows is not a change to an existing use or structure, and therefore the bylaws can't apply to it because Section 6 says you can't apply the bylaws to existing structures or uses. So she's characterizing the change in windows as basically there is no change under Section 6. It doesn't constitute a change to which a bylaw can apply. But I would note a couple things. Number one is obviously the ordinance itself defines alteration of a structure very broadly. It certainly covers changes to windows, it covers changes to doors, it covers changes to dormers, and there's a long list. And
yes,
I also note that Section 6 says that it does apply, that the zoning ordinance does apply to a building or special permit issued after the first notice of said public hearing. And that they're talking about the notice of public hearing on the bylaw or the ordinance in question, which is the DOD. So this is clearly would be a special permit that's required to be issued after the DOD was enacted. The argument here against that is that somehow this isn't really a use special permit. And I've said, well, all special permits are essentially use special permits, so clearly this does apply. And the ordinance applies, it says so by its terms. And I do not think that Section 6, the language of Section 6, although I would agree with Attorney Mead, it is typically applied to non-conforming uses, and then we look at this language to determine how they may be altered or extended. This is not that case. This is a case of a conforming use and a conforming structure, and we're looking at whether Section 6 protects that structure from further change that under the ordinance is a special permit is required for.
Okay. That's helpful. Thank you. And Attorney Eichmann, while I have you here, I have another question. Do we, this board, the Zoning Board of Appeals, do we have the ability, the authority to, in effect, nullify ordinances that have been passed by the legislature or the city council in this instance? As we sit here tonight?
In my opinion, that can be a difficult question. So for instance, certain sections of the Zoning Act, we've been discussing Section 6 and also Section 3, provide protection for uses and structures from zoning ordinances and bylaws. And they do require that the town or the city make a determination in the first instance whether that protection applies. But in this particular appeal, there is a request to ask the board to determine not that the ordinance is not protected under Section 6 or Section 3, but that it is invalid under Section 4 because it simply conflicts with state law. And I assume you're referring to my opinion. In my opinion, no, the Zoning Board of Appeals does not have the authority to make a determination as to whether under Section 4 the ordinance is simply invalid because it violates the uniformity requirement. I think that is outside of the board's jurisdiction. The application of Section 6, I think, is within the board's jurisdiction. And with respect to the application of Section 3, as you know, I've said, I think the question there is that there isn't really a conflict. I think it's a misguided appeal on that issue.
Thank you. So we heard a lot of comments during the public comment period, which were very helpful and very elucidating, where there were many comments with respect to the ventilation, and the applicant also brought this up as well. And I'm just wondering, with respect to the windows proposed, they look like they're double hung windows and not sort of the accordion style windows. So I'm just wondering how much airflow would actually be realized with these double hung window that will open halfway. And I don't know that, if we're actually thinking about the windows, and this is really about the windows and not about the DOD, then I think that there's a burden of proof with respect to, this issue of airflow that we as a board would need to consider. But if we're just talking about the statute or the ordinance itself, then I don't think we are getting into that. But if this is about the windows, then I think we need that evidence in the record.
Mr. Chair, if I could, through you. Mr. Delisle, these windows, they look like they're double hung windows. That's the whole point, but they fold up and in. So the whole window opens. So they actually fold up on each other and then in, and not just rise from the bottom or the top or lower from the top.
Well, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
But I guess I would still ask the same question, because I mean, we have all been into fouls, and we know that the frontage of fouls is the short side and the depth is really quite long. So I still would wonder regarding the amount of airflow. Certainly, I understand that it's much more than what you would have with the plate glass window that does not open at all. I grant that, but I'm just curious as to how the circulation would actually be impacted.
Well, I can't speak to the entire circulation, but certainly opening up the entire front and then putting in place the appropriate the appropriate fan system would bring the ventilation all the way to the back. So the window, the entire front would be able to open up. Those windows are folded up interior and then hung up, so to speak.
Okay, That sounds like kind of a neat method of operation. Final question for me. Saya has the accordion type windows, correct?
Nancy, could you answer that question? I can't answer that question.
It's to my understanding, and Jeff is going to unmute himself too on this, but with the Saya window, this was pre-DOD. And in fact, I think it might have even triggered the DOD window piece. But to my understanding, that window was approved, obviously, because we put it in place, but we didn't have to ask. And in the same conversation, I know that those types of windows have been presented by other restaurants and they were not approved. And if I can just speak to the purification system while I'm just live here, that somebody asked, in all of our restaurants, we have installed the Halo purification system. This is not a proven purification system against COVID. However, it does kill bacteria. We have installed these. We have them displayed all over the restaurant in Boston. It still does not put guests at ease, similar to what we've installed here at Fowles, which we've done. I know that Black Cow has also done this as well. And, you know, as much as we want to market it, it's not the same level of airflow quality.
Well, that's good to know. I appreciate that. And I'm sure that that's, you know, also good for the record. So thank you for that. Those are my questions for right now. So I will stop talking now and yield back to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Delisle. Moving on to Mr. Swanton.
Yes, hello. This page, I'm glad this page is up because it shows the windows that we've been talking about all night. I must say, I resonated with a lot of the speakers. What nice restaurants have been run by this owner at Saya and at Brine. And, you know, I discovered this picture a while back when it was first pasted on the wall at the old Fowl building. And I thought to myself, wow, it'd be nice to see Brine go into this building that's been abandoned and to see it come back to life. So I was excited about it. But I almost feel, I'm not quite sure how we got here tonight, because I look at this proposal and yet we don't really have a proposal in front of us for variance to allow this. And I know a lot of people have spoke eloquently about the need for us to approve such a variance, but none has been presented. Andy, could you just put the agenda up for a second? Just because there's something rather basic here. If you look at our agenda tonight, and you look at the name of this topic, it's not about please approve a variance for windows. It's about Caswell Restaurant Group, appeal of zoning determination that the property is subject to the downtown overlay district. That's very different. So I prepared for tonight's meeting thinking, wow, somebody's asking us to basically throw out the downtown overlay district and kind of bypass it. And it's, you know, if you'd come in and asked about the windows, now the point has been made that in the past, we've been asked to approve an opening window. And I do recall one in December, we had a long meeting with a bakery that wanted to put in an opening window. It was a lot smaller meeting. There was a lot of people concerned about the historic precedent and everything. So we asked them to please talk to the Historic Commission and come back in January. And they never came back in January. So it's either that or I've completely forgotten it, but it's late at night now. But I guess my question is, if you wanted to put in the opening windows, why didn't you just go through the process? Go to the planning board with the downtown overlay district, say, here's what I want to do to the front of the building. And if the only way the zoning administrator thought was to get a variance for the opening windows, come to us and ask for opening windows. Why didn't you just go through the normal process? Why did you want to bypass it and put us in the position of, for the first time ever, of just kind of throwing out and overturning the bylaw? I can't figure out why you took this route.
If I may, Mr. Chair?
Yes, please.
So there are two, when a zoning administrator denies or says certain permits are required, an applicant has two choices: to agree and follow that path, or to disagree and say they've misapplied the ordinance to the request at hand. And so I'm going to answer your first question. What are you here for tonight, and what would happen if you overturned the zoning code enforcement officer's determination that this needed a variance, which is what it does? This is not a special permit option. It needs a variance. The ordinance says that they have to match the mode of operation that exists. Okay. So it's not a special permit choice, it's a variance, which is what the zoning code enforcement officer said. So we're saying she's wrong. The ordinance does not apply to this building, to this request. And if you overturn the zoning code enforcement officer's determination, then they can apply for a building permit to put in these windows. That's the decision. And it's a 4-0. I mean, it's a 4-person decision to overturn the zoning code enforcement officer's determination that you need a variance. So, or we could have agreed with the determination of the zoning code enforcement officer's request and come to this board and ask for a variance. And as you know, Mr. Swanton, a variance requires, among other things, for the reason of your request, that is to put in these windows, that you can't put in the windows because of the shape, topography, or soil condition of the lot, which is different from the lots around it. It goes to the land. That's what this standard is. So in this instance, because in the applicant's opinion, 48 section 6, paragraph 1, first sentence is very clear. The zoning ordinance does not apply to this property for this request. And it should be overturned, and they should be allowed to get a building permit to put these windows in.
I'm a little lost because I thought the zoning enforcement officer said two things. You have to go for the planning board to have the downtown overlay district review, and you have to go to the zoning board of appeals for variance.
Right, that's the sign. The sign issue was the special permit.
Right, she said both of them. And basically what it says on the agenda here in front of us is that you're basically, you don't want to go through the downtown overlay district process. Why don't you?
No, for the variant, Mr. Swanton, for the variance for the windows, we've been very clear. We appealed the determination of the variance for the windows. We did not appeal the requirement to do a special permit for the sign. We appealed.
I'm sorry, I'm just reading what's on the agenda in front of us. Appeal the zoning determination that the property is subject to the downtown overlay district.
We have to look at the actual determination of the zoning code enforcement officer. With all due respect to the agenda, it's not exactly what the zoning code enforcement officer.
Andy, could you please put up the page from the zoning board? And because this is very important, because I feel like we're two ships passing in the night here. Andy, could you please put up the page where the zoning board enforcement officer checked off the boxes as to which things this applicant needed to do to, to redo the front of the building?
I can just quote from it while he's getting it.
No, here it is. Here it is. Notice she checked 2 boxes. Go to the zoning board to talk about the windows, and go to the planning board because of the downtown overlay district. And so this is her official ruling, and you have rebutted it and asked us to basically overturn this. And I'm wondering, why don't you want to go to the planning board like she's saying?
She's not, Mr. Swanton, you need to read the top thing, which says modify existing first floor storefront windows and Art Deco sign band to include new operable windows and wood panel sign band. New sign above entry. Window operation change of historic windows in DOD requires a variance.
I realize she's telling you you need to do both. I'm asking you why you're skipping the planning board.
We haven't skipped the planning board. We haven't done anything with the planning board.
And why aren't you asking us? Why aren't you asking us for a variance like she's saying? you could have come to the zoning board and said, I'd like a variance for the windows. You could have gone to the planning board and said, I'd like to get my DOD thing approved, and you'd be moving ahead toward getting something done. And instead, you're coming to us and saying, we'd like you to basically just end run the process. That's kind of the way it's looking to me.
Well, Mr. Swanton, the zoning ordinance, as well as the statute, gives an applicant two choices: to file for the permit, but that the zoning code enforcement officer says is needed, or to say that the zoning code enforcement officer is incorrect. And we believe the zoning enforcement officer is incorrect.
Okay, I hear you. And the thing is, we're sitting here as volunteer board members. We have to listen to our city solicitor too and take his input. My problem is I want to see this restaurant succeed. I like the opening windows, and I'm just, I'm kind of at an impasse because of how you've chosen to propose this. And you've done it in such a way that the city solicitor is telling us that you're basically calling the city council's law unlawful. And that's not a position I want to be in. So that's my final question.
Okay. Let's see, moving on, and thank you, Mr. Swanton. Mr. Shannon.
Yes, I guess I'll make this question to the city solicitor. I guess if the issue truly does come down to, can they actually install operable windows, for us as a board to determine that that would become acceptable for us, we would have to take one of these three pillars and agree with Attorney Mead that one part of the DOD does not apply. And from what I can see from the discussion you've made previously, it would probably be 40A Section 6. And I think it pivots around the word use. That if we wanted to agree with Attorney Mead and the applicant that the DOD does not apply because of the word use, they could have their windows, and that would be the basis of our finding. You concur that that's how this boils down?
Yes, I think in general that's correct. You have been given three reasons for overturning the zoning administrator's decision, and each one of those reasons is a challenge to the ordinance as being in conflict with state law. The first so-called pillar is 48 Section 6. Again, I don't believe that is a correct application of that. I don't think it boils down necessarily to the definition of uses. I tried to provide that to give a full explanation as I could of why I came to the decision I did. But I think there are a number of ways of looking at 48 Section 6. For instance, the fact that a special permit, where a special permit or building permit is required after the ordinance goes into effect, the bylaw or the ordinance applies. That hasn't been discussed, but I think it's another way of looking at the application of 48 Section 6 and saying it does apply. I don't think it has to come down to whether you believe this is or is not a use. I think it's really based on the language of that first section of 48 Section 6 and whether it can be, how it applies, I guess is the best way of saying it, to a conforming building where the local ordinance regulates changes to that building and requires, in some instances, a special permit for those changes.
I hear what you're saying, but I think in reading even your explanation, for me, this comes down to whether this applicant is changing the use of that building in the way it's worded. And as such, if that is the case, if they are not changing the use of that building, that construction does not constitute a change in use, I think it's a formidable argument being made by the applicant. but thank you. I appreciate your response. I have no other questions, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Shannon. Mr. Bennett.
Yeah, I think this is a classic example of the legal maximum that hard facts make bad law. But in any event, I just wanted to ask Attorney Mead to make sure I understood. Is it the applicant's position that you are prepared to go through the planning board review process under the downtown overlay district?
So the sign, for the sign, because the sign is not a part of the building, it's not attached to the building. And so they're covered separately and different. And I would say it's distinct from the structure and the use.
Okay, so let me just make sure I understand. You are not prepared to go before the planning board with respect to the windows?
Correct, not with
Okay,
respect. to the
that's fine. You don't need to explain it any further. I understand.
If I
So,
could.
so let me just ask, so am I correct then, for us to rule in your favor, we will have to find that the downtown overlay district provision, I guess, is facially invalid, which puts us in a very uncomfortable position, I guess. I'm just struggling with how the zoning board can be in a position where it might arguably be in conflict with the city council. We have to base our decision on some legal analysis. You're asking us to support our legal analysis by being comfortable with the notion that, you know, the statute doesn't apply here to pre-existing uses and structures, which essentially eviscerates the downtown overlay district. I may agree with your interpretation or not, but if we disagree, I'd be curious how the city council would view that and what their remedy would be. I don't know. I'm just struggling with the procedural posture of this case. I mean, it would have been one thing had you gone before the planning board, gone through the process and raised this issue along with the underlying substantive issue regarding whether the windows could be permitted. And, you know, I think there is discretion there, but in any event, this procedural posture puts us in a very curious position. And I'm trying to struggle with that, trying to fashion relief in a way which doesn't undermine the entire DOD.
If I could, just be clear, the planning board doesn't grant variances. The zoning,
No, I'm not. I know they don't grant a variance. We're not talking about the variance now.
The zoning board grants variances.
I understand that.
So that the window question is not appropriate for the planning board, no matter what. That the question doesn't go to the planning board. The question comes to this board in the form of a variance if the statute applies, if the ordinance applies. And what I would say to you is the statute actually gives this zoning board the power to be the backstop of perhaps ordinances gone awry. And what the legislative body would do is change the ordinance. That's what the legislative body would do, because that's what the power that they have. But I'm asking, the applicant is asking the board, in this particular instance, for this particular request, for the operation of the windows, which is neither a change to the structure allowed by right, nor a change to the use allowed by right, to determine that in fact a variance isn't necessary, a building permit should issue.
Maybe you can educate me here. Maybe I don't understand the procedure. I was under the impression that the SPGA for the DOD is the planning board.
That's correct.
Okay.
But a variance is not a special permit.
I understand that. Let's set aside the notion about whether the zoning board, whether you're correct on the question of whether a variance is required here. I'm concerned more about how the zoning board can fashion some sort of relief with respect to your argument that you don't have to go before the planning board for the
Because I was
windows.
never told I have to go to the planning board. I was told I have to get a variance.
Okay,
So we're not
Okay.
appealing the issue related to the planning board. We're appealing the determination that I need a variance to put the windows in.
okay, well, that's not what your papers say. You're applying, that's not what your papers say, but I get your point.
Okay, thank you. Was there anything further, Mr. Bennett?
No.
Mr. Swanton, I saw your hand up. Did you wish to ask a further question?
Yeah, I mean, I would be much more comfortable approving a variance for opening windows than I would approving a resolution that basically declares the DOT to be unlawful. And I wish you had brought that forward. I realize based on past actions, you may have been afraid that would have failed, but I think not everything is a precedent. And I think, I wish we had been in that position. Because I have one question I would like to one question I'd like to throw out here, which is, I understand what it's like to run a business. I started a business of my own. I ran it for many years. I know what it's like to meet payroll. I get it. And I know what it's like to be very focused on customers. And a lot of the customers that want to eat in a restaurant in the center of Newburyport, a lot of the draw is the historic nature of the downtown. And the only protection the city council has put in place is this DOD that you're asking us to throw out. I guess my question is, as a business owner for a downtown building, why would you want to throw it out? I mean, when there's another way to do it, which is to get a variance, like the zoning officer suggested. That's my question. Why would you want to undermine the zoning when you can simply ask for a variance, given that the zoning is the only thing protecting those buildings right now? That's why they put it in place.
I think Jeff would like to address your issue.
Hello?
Yep.
Hello, Jeff. We can hear you. You have the floor.
How you doing? Jeff Castle, also an applicant. I just want to clarify the thought process. I know what people are thinking we're trying to circumvent the process. Very familiar of the process, what's going on with the DOD and just the thought process going on. So I don't want to speak like a lawyer. I know it's it's minutia. So when we got I filed this, it says J. Caswell. I filed it. I thought I could just do operable windows. I got the denial. So when I spoke to my attorney, I said, I just want to use operable windows. And then obviously they speak to, section 401, whatever. I don't know. But my interpretation was, we're an existing conforming space. It doesn't apply to us. And if we just get a vote from the zoning board, which we would have to go through anyways, if we went through historic and planning, we would still have to go in front of you to get the variance because they don't issue variances. So we still have to go there afterwards. But we're an existing conforming space. If you vote now, granted, there's 3 pillars in there, which are added just for the fact that I don't want to blow up the DOD. If you guys vote, look, it doesn't conform to 17 state is not privy to this. I go get a building permit for operable windows tomorrow. Then I have to go in front of the historic and then the planning for the sign piece of it. It's 2 separate applications completely. One's different than the other. I'm just trying to get operable windows to have a viable space. I'm not trying to ruin anything downtown. I'm not trying to do anything. I want operable windows. And it sounds to me, I understand you don't want to vote on something that you're not certain is going to cause ripple effects down the road. That's not what I'm looking to do. I'm looking to make operable windows. That's all I want to do. I get a permit. I file a permit. I put windows in. I have to go in front of the historic people, the people who called in, they've been yelling at me all night. I have to go in front of them and say, this is what I want to do down the road. We come to some kind of terms of agreement down the road for that. Then I go to planning and then that's done. That's 2 separate issues. The windows are separate. And it was my understanding is they can't vote on the windows because the way the DOD is written, they cannot grant that because the way it's written, they can't change the operation. So no matter what, I'm back at the same position anyways. So I just wanted to tell you where I was coming from, what my wife came to this decision for. I mean, I'm not trying to cause ruckus in the town. I live here. I work here. I don't want this. I just want to build my restaurant. And that's all. My lawyer didn't want me to speak. I know that their lawyer is saying the usage is construction. That's not a change of use. Construction is not a change of use. That's a process. So I know they're trying to hang their hat on something. If you guys say we agree with you on the first part, the second part has nothing to do with anything. Third part, nothing to do with anything. It goes away. That's the end of it. That's all I want to say. Thanks for the time.
Hey,
I mean, I can answer questions from one, but I'm sure you
I
don't.
really, this is Ken Swanton again. I really appreciate your answer. I mean, spoken like a business person, having been one for a long time. I get it. And I understand that you're just trying to get your windows changed. You're not really trying to put us in a position where you have to overturn, you know, a bylaw that's trying to protect the downtown, which is kind of where we got to here. So I think this has been a great discussion. It's taken a long time, but I think we got to the crux of it there. Anyway, I wish this was a variance because I could get behind it. It's not what we're looking at tonight. You're asking us to basically throw the law out. So anyway, that's the end of my questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Caswell. Thank you, Mr. Swanton as well. Just to round this out without repeating anything. I mean, you know, I don't have any additional questions. Perhaps maybe one of Mr. Eichmann, but as I see this, I mean, I put a lot of faith and credit in our downtown preservation and the DOD, the DCOD in particular. And as I'm looking at this, and this is my question, Attorney Eichmann, am I incorrect in I feel as though that a decision, if the board was inclined, even if the board was so inclined to get behind one of these pillars or any of these pillars that are part of the three-prong argument by the proponent, the applicant, that in doing so, let's say that it was 48 Section 6, that the DOD does not apply to the petitioner's request to modify the windows because the modification of the operation of the windows is not a change in use, but rather something else. Am I fair in my mind in this conclusion that it's not throwing out the DOD, it's not whether the DOD applies, it's just simply how it applies. Do we have the luxury, do we have the discretion to be so surgical in our thinking, or are we, you know, in your opinion, are we sort of running afoul of really what's being asked of us? Because at the end of the day, it's been a very long night. It's a very, very complicated, set of legal criteria that we're toiling with, and I want us to make sure that we stay accurate to the framing of what's before us. So that's where I am. Is it an all or nothing? Do we throw out? Are we truly just disavowing the DOD, or may we simply say that, hey, this is a request that does not fall within the purview of a change in use? It's something else, and in doing so, do we get to be so surgical?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. It's a difficult question to answer. As I said before, that the pillars that you've been given as reasons for the appeal, each one of them challenges the application of the DOD to this proposal as being in conflict with state law. That's the basis for those reasons. The applicant is not saying that the DOD by its terms doesn't apply to the windows. They're not challenging the zoning administrator's decision that per the terms of the DOD a variance is required. I think they're essentially saying, yeah, that's correct. What they're saying in their appeal is that notwithstanding that a variance is required, we think this conflicts with state law. So a decision on the board accepting one of those reasons to agree with the petitioner will have the effect, certainly, of opening an argument for anyone in a similar position to make the same argument. And essentially, whether, if it doesn't go to court, we can't say necessarily it's legal precedent, but it certainly would raise, it would certainly effectively act as a diminution of application of the DoD ordinance if one of those reasons was chosen. In a sense, it could not be effectively applied to similar situations any longer. So yeah, I think not, you know, I grant the attorney's argument that they are seeking only to apply the determination as to the windows. But I think the effect of a ZBA decision granting that appeal has much further reaching implications than simply this project. And I think that's what, you know, the board has been discussing, is referencing, is concerned about. And one thing I just want to make one suggestion. I get the sense that at least one or two of the board members would like to have seen a variance application here, and just want to point out that there is nothing to prevent the board at this point from giving the applicant or the petitioner an opportunity to submit a variance application to the zoning board and to basically continue this hearing to allow that to happen, unless, of course, the applicant simply says, no, we're not interested in doing that. But that option is open here, and it can potentially give the board another way to decide this.
Attorney Eichmann, thank you for that. So to be clear, if the board could entertain the app, and this is just I'm just speaking hypothetically. The board can entertain if the petitioners were so inclined to ask for a continuance to revise their relief sought and seek a variance. They could ask for that, and we could grant that continuance, and they would come back, and this would be a continuation of that hearing, and we would find ourselves dealing with a different species of request for essentially the same result, without the side effect, of possibly disavowing the DoD in some manner, or dismantling some piece of it. Is that accurate?
Yes, I think it would be best framed as being in the alternative. I don't think that at this point the petitioner is going to withdraw their appeal, but the idea would be to essentially, by continuing, table the appeal before making a decision and allow the applicant to bring forward as an alternative a variance application for the windows that they're seeking to put in place. And I think the procedural requirements still have to be followed. I think you would still have to advertise the hearing on the variance, and you would have to secure whatever continuations would be required to make sure that you didn't run over the time for acting on the appeal application. But certainly procedurally could be done if the applicant was willing.
Okay, I appreciate your time, and especially at this late hour, Attorney Eichmann, and that goes for everyone on this call. Okay, so unless there are further questions, I'm going to put a pin in that for the moment and close that portion of the public hearing and move to deliberations.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Attorney Mead.
I think that at this point, I mean, I'd like to hear the deliberations, because I'm curious about if anybody else has a similar thought as Mr. Swanton, but the applicant would be inclined to continue it for that very purpose.
Okay, so do you want us to proceed with deliberation?
I would like to hear a little bit, not given the late hour and the fact that we have another application, but
we have two.
I would like not to be barking up the wrong tree here. And if we are going to continue it and have it to be productive, I would like to have kind of a high sign on that.
How about I do how about we go through a sort of a straw poll of the members' inclination with respect to that as an alternative?
That would be fabulous.
Members of the ZBA, does anyone have an objection if we just simply run through a quick sort of litmus from each of you with respect to whether that's something that you would be interested in as a member of the ZBA and seeing the petitioner do? Would anyone object to that? I guess I'll ask that in the negative. Okay, so let's close that portion of the public hearing, go into the deliberations for the purposes of, I'm going to poll the board with respect to the petitioners. interest in potentially requesting a continuance for purposes of preparing an alternative in the form of a variance for the purposes of creating operable windows in some manner or another on the storefront. Members of the ZBA, what's your feeling on whether you would be inclined to want to see that or whether you would entertain that, Mr. Moore?
Thank you. I mean, it's funny that many of my colleagues said this, and I just let off with one simple question, but in the deliberations, I was going to say that pretty much the same thing several of my colleagues said, that it would have been preferable to have 100 people on this call tonight arguing in favor of a variance request versus coming in to support windows for a beloved restaurant under conditions of attacking the downtown overlay district validity with respect to mass law. So I would certainly welcome that opportunity to go the other direction.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Mr. Delisle?
I would agree with Mr. Moore and Mr. Swanton. I think that a variance would be a preferable way to go. I think that we heard a lot of really compelling testimony from many of the participants in the public comment. So I think that there's a lot of very good evidence in the record in support of a variance, and I think that it would certainly be the easier decision from my perspective. So I would entertain that.
Thank you, Mr. Delisle. Mr. Swanton?
Yeah, no, I guess I started this conversation, so yeah, I'm still there. I think it would be a far better way when we could all get together and make this happen for this business. That would be a much better way to go than forcing us to vote to basically overturn a bylaw that's kind of important.
Mr. Shannon?
I agree with my colleagues. Would be a new look at hopefully getting the same end result. So yes.
And Mr. Bennett?
Yes, I would agree. That certainly gives us a legal vehicle to exercise our discretion and take into account the many comments, most of which were very positive as we would deliberate on a variance. So I think it is absolutely a good vehicle to use here.
So with that, Mr. Chair, we would request a continuance to your June 8th meeting on this matter, please.
Okay, we have a request by the petitioner to continue to June 8th. Members of the ZBA, do we have a motion to continue?
So moved, Ken Swanton.
Second, Mr. Moore.
Motion's made by Mr. Swanton and seconded by Mr. Moore to continue this matter to June 8th. Mr. Moore?
Yes.
Mr. Delisle?
Yes.
Mr. Swanton?
Yes.
Mr. Shannon?
Yes.
Mr. Bennett?
Yes.
Rob Champetti, I vote yes. That is 6 in the affirmative. The ayes have it. The motion carries. The matter is continued to the meeting of June 8th. I apologize to everyone for the late hour and thank you for your patience and your careful work and effort. And that goes to everyone. Thank you. We will pick this up again on June 8th. So with that, we still have 2 matters to get through this evening. And in fairness to those applicants that have waited this long, I aim to get through them. If I have the cooperation of the board, let's jump into the next application.
Hey, Rob, this is Ken Swanton.
Sure.
I have to wake up in less than 4 hours to catch a flight out of Logan. And so I'm glad there are 4 or 5 other members here. If you wouldn't mind, I need to try to get to sleep.
That's fine. And I appreciate that. Certainly, I apologize if I'm imposing on members of the ZBA. I think these next 2, I'm hoping might be quick, but we can at least try and see where we land in 10 minutes. But Mr. Swanton, thank you. We will, with that, Mr. Bennett, you will be our 5th voting member on the final 2 applications.
Will do.
Okay, great. So going to the application of 150 Merrimack Street, Cashman Park LLC, care of Lisa Mead, Tellerman and Costa. This is an application for a special permit to convert a professional office building to mixed use number 405. May we hear from the applicant?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And while the new presentation is being put up, I'll go ahead and start. So Lisa Mead, Mead, Talamocosta, 30 Green Street, here on behalf of Cashman Park LLC, and Eileen Graff is here as the architect, and Chris Horn is the principal of Cashman Park. This is, if you can go to the next slide, this is quite simply a change of use, which we're all used to seeing. And the current, this is a structure that's right on Merrimack Street and Pop Crawley Way. It's in the WMD district. It's currently a pre-existing non-conforming use as professional offices, which are not allowed in the WMD. We're proposing to change it to mixed use. The structure is not historic. It's considered what MC is moderately contributory, I think is what it's, but it was essentially all reconstructed in 1983 to 1984. The building department files were very interesting on this particular matter. On this same lot, there was the board, some of the board members may remember that a multifamily structure was permitted in 2017 to the rear of the lot towards the river. And in that, dimensional variances were granted throughout the lot to cover the non-conformities that existed on this structure. So the proposal is to turn this building into a mixed-use building. Next slide, please, which includes office space as well as 4 condominium units. The footprint of the structure is going to remain exactly the same. The change to the structure itself will be actually the enclosure of the egresses and decks on the back. And the property itself entirely includes 20,116 square feet. There is a 2.4 setback on the rear, which is opposite the Pop Crawley Way and 2 feet from Merrimack Street. With that, what I'm going to do is turn it over to Eileen just to run through the architecturals. If you go to the slide 5, Andy, just to give you orient everybody. So you can see towards the rear of the lot or on the right-hand side, the new 3-unit building that was built in 2017. And the structure we're talking about is at the front of the lot. That is now professional offices, which is a non-conforming use. It will have professional office on the first and ground floor, and then it will have 4 condominium units above. So if you go to the next slide, I'll have Eileen go through the architectural changes.
Thank you. So this, using this existing conditions exterior drawing is a good way to start. So if you look at the top right drawing, that's actually the view that faces Pop Crawley. And what I want to point out is the exterior staircase that's on the back side. So what you can see there is sort of these open balconies at that upper level that are above those stairs that you're seeing on that first floor level. And then on the bottom left, another viewpoint to see the same stairwell. So that gabled space in the center is a external stair that travels all the way up from the ground level to the top, the 3rd floor. And then each of those wings on to the right of each is just balcony space. And so then if we slide to the next for proposed. So what we're proposing is on the top 2 floors, 2nd and 3rd floor, enclosing that area that I was just pointing out as balconies into living space, so that the openness will stay on that 1st floor. You can see that in the ground level, but it's just on the 2nd and 3rd floor, and that added space will just abut that existing shed that was there. The gable, if you look to the bottom left drawing, the gable is now no longer, and now it's just flat across that added space. And then above that, we're going to introduce a roof deck up above that is accessed internally with a roof hatch from each of those units on the top level. And then we can walk through there's the roof deck from the top view. And then the next slide, this shows you the existing conditions. Again, on the right side of each of those floor plans is that external circulation that we saw in its openness. And then the ground level, first floor, second, they're all offices. And then this is the proposed. The bottom two drawings are demonstrating the 4 residences that are being proposed. And you can see that that added space that was once the open staircases is now incorporated as part of the living space. And then the next slide shows this as a rendering in a perspective. Again, pointing, we are on Merrimack Street, this view across the street from Merrimack, and to the right there, you can see Pop Crowley heading down, and you see glimmers of that enclosed space that we're proposing with the rooftop on it.
So this is a good jumping off point, Eileen, also. So the landscaping proposed here in this sketch is what's going to be proposed to be constructed. You all would have received comments from the Street Tree Parks Commission, Tree Commission person, and she notes that there is no room on the street to require street trees and was hoping that trees would be planted. And in fact, they are. You can see 2 right here. And then along the back side of the building, what Chris will do is carry up the tree line that starts down at lower Pop Crowley up to this upper area and reconfigure some of this parking into landscaping, which leads me to say that the required amount of parking will be 14 spaces, 7 for the professional office space, which is 2,097 square feet, and 7 spaces for the 4 residential units. Each residential unit will be 1 bedroom, so this actually fits a nice niche for residential properties in Newburyport right now that we need. And of course, we provide the parking. So to proceed with the project, the use, we need a use change for the project for the WMD, which goes through the special permit for uses in section 9. So the use requested is consistent with the table of use regulations, and it's permitted by special permit. The requested use is essential or desirable or to public convenience. Here, there is a mixture of multifamily structures, commercial structures, mixed use structures, as well as single family structures up and down the district. The WMD district mixes uses running adjacent to the Merrimack River. The requested use will not create undue traffic congestion or unduly impair pedestrian safety. And actually the reduction in the professional office space will provide a reduction in traffic. The building is serviced by Merrimack Street and Pop Crowley, and there are plenty of sidewalks in the area, which the applicant will also be reconstructing in accordance with the city ordinance. And there's sufficient parking, as I noted. The requested use will not overload the public water supply and other public systems. As I noted before, there will be some increase because of the change of use to residential, but the increase is actually nominal compared to the entire system. So there's a total increase of 310 gallons per day for the residential units for each unit. And then there is a approximate 330 gallon per day of the sewer system existing use for the mixed use, the professional office on the property. So it will be in this stormwater system will all be taken care of as well. There are no special regulations for mixed use in the ordinance. The required use or requested use will not impair the integrity of the district. As I said a little bit ago, there's a complete mix of uses in this area of Merrimack Street, as I'm sure you are all aware. The 7 is the requested use will not by its addition to the neighborhood cause an excess of that use. And there are, again, there's a nice mix of everything in the area, not too many mixed use buildings, just enough, so to speak. The proposed use is in harmony with the purpose and intent of the ordinance. Here, it's mixed use is allowed by special permit. The current use is not permitted at all, so it's actually making it more conforming and less non-conforming, and therefore is more in harmony with the purpose and intent of the ordinance. And finally, the proposed use will not be conducted in a manner to omit any dangerous, noxious, or injurious or other hazardous activities. And of course, the mixed use will not do so. Finally, I would like to add that the applicant has received letters of support, 6. You received 1 today. including representation of the River's Edge condominium on behalf of the association, the immediate abutter at 148, then the abutter on the other side at 158. And then I said the president of the association. Oh, and also the three abutters in the 3 units directly behind it, Zero Pop Crowley. And then I noted the tree commission comment, as well as the DPW that we're complying with the repaving of the street, the sidewalk along the street, which would actually be brick. Thank you very much.
Very good. Was there anything further?
That's it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Attorney Mead. Okay, going to the public comment section. Anyone who wishes to speak, you can see the instructions, and we'll start with, let's see, Kimberly Holiday. If you can unmute your mic, you have the floor.
Sure, thank you. I appreciate this presentation by Lisa Mead. I was just noting that, in fact, there are 6 letters of support from the abutters, and yet clearly, and perhaps unsurprisingly, there are no letters of support from any of the tenants in the existing building. It is my understanding that this is an office building that has provided small office space to many professional therapists in the community for more than 20 or so years. And indeed, most of those tenants have continued to pay their rent for the past year during pandemic, although they've not been able to access their offices. And the current owner of the property has not given them any abatement on those rents at all during this period of time. Many of them have been blindsided by this proposition. And I just think it's important to note, when we make changes like this, what the effect on our community is. While we may say that we're adding some housing stock, I do ask, are any of those housing proposed to be low or moderate income housing? And I would ask that as we consider that special permit and we look to what the general good of the community is, that we take those things into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Holiday. Let's see, recognizing Sherry Bonder. Ms. Bonder, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. This was an unfortunate night to have had this come up. I didn't think I'd be sitting here for 5 hours. I'm sure you're all tired as well. I am one of the tenants, and I am a therapist. I work with teenagers. Lisa Mead, you may recall that I was a community organizer with you to prevent violence and substance abuse in our youth back when you were mayor. You and I actually got together and sat down with every single kid in Newburyport High School to discuss why they were using drugs and what they might need for a healthier life. And I was very, very impressed at that time that you did that. I thought that was really cool. And I have been working in this community with the youth and with families for decades. And it is not easy to create a safe space to do this kind of work. And I have a great safe space that I was happily paying my rent for the last COVID year in hopes of continuing, which Chris had told us that we would be continuing to be able to rent that space. You know, this within the last few weeks, I found out that we were going to be displaced, and there are 4 therapists in the building. Before this particular displacement, the same developer displaced 5 other therapists who have been serving this community for decades. And I think that I just really I know that it's going to continue and it's going to happen, but I just wanted to say that there is a cost, and the cost is to the community and to the, you know, people talk about the greater good. Part of the greater good is the mental health of the community and all of these therapists, now 9, are going to be competing for increasingly unavailable space in this community to help people. And I just wanted to say that there is a cost to this. And it, you know, and it came at me from nowhere. And, you know, I dealt with a year and a half of construction going on right outside my office. I was finally going to be able to relax, but that is not going to be the case. So I've been seeing people remotely for the last year, but we were getting ready to go back in to see people in person again. And I am going to have to find another place. That's all I wanted to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Ponder. Let's see. Just want to scroll and see if there's Ms. Stephanie Nikodich. Stephanie, do you wish to be heard as well? If you do, just unmute your mic and you have the floor.
Stephanie's hand has been lowered, I think.
I saw that as well. Okay. Seeing no further hands, I will close that portion of the public hearing and go to questions from the board. We'll start with Mr. Moore.
No questions from me, Mr. Chairman.
Great. Mr. Delisle.
No questions here either.
Mr. Shannon.
No questions, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Bennick.
I have no questions.
I have no questions either with respect to the application. So I'm going to close that portion of the public hearing and we will go to deliberations. And again, this application is a special permit. So in deliberating, we need to consider the special permit criteria. So we'll just be mindful of the special permit criteria under section 10H7. And we'll start with Mr. Moore.
Unmute first. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The presentation was very thorough, and the applicant and applicant's counsel ticked off, I think, very well the 9 requirements for the mixed use application to be approved. That being said, we certainly, with respect to Ms. Bondo, who's providing vital services to many, and the concerns by Ms. Holliday, I think that's not where the board would reside as far as addressing those larger societal concerns, but they're certainly worthy of comment. But as presented, I can support this.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Moore. Mr. Delisle.
I would concur with Mr. Moore. I too can support this project. Attorney Mead ticked off the 9 criteria for the mixed use special permit. So I think we're all set there. And I too would like to acknowledge the comments of Ms. Bonder and Ms. Holliday and thank them for their comments. It is a good reminder for all of us that there is another side to these things. So I thank them for their commentary.
Thank you, Mr. Delisle. Mr. Shannon.
I think I can support this application. I guess I did have a question for the applicant, and maybe if I investigated it further, I would have figured it out myself. I noticed there's a roof deck proposed, and I believe there's a complex behind this building. And I guess I just wanted to make sure that some of the people that wrote in support of this were behind the building and were aware of the roof deck. Is that something I could ask Attorney Mead to comment to?
Please, feel free to.
Thank you through the chair. I'm happy to comment on that. So all but 2 of the people who wrote letters of support are Riverside to this. So the 3 condominiums directly behind, as well as River's Edge condominium, all wrote letters of support.
Great. Thank you, Attorney Mead. Chair, I can definitely support this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shannon. Attorney Mead. Mr. Bennett.
I can support this application as well. It's met all of the criteria for the special permit, although the comments from Ms. Holliday and Ms. Bondert certainly were enlightening and raised broader issues perhaps for our community. But I would support this application.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. And I share those sentiments. And I don't want to close that portion without also noting, though it seems, that we've all shared this sentiment. There's a great deal of empathy that I have with the comments of both Ms. Holliday and Ms. Bonder. And I don't want to pretend like we're robotic in this effort. We are, however, bound. And in fact, we're limited by the stricture of how we need to decide applications that are before us, and oftentimes that stricture strips us of the ability to really color outside of the lines. Though as human beings in the world, we would be remiss not to say we empathize. I certainly do, and I wish it was within our purview to consider those impacts as part of the legal criteria. Though unfortunately it's not. I just note that I thank you both for taking the time to share them, and I wish that there was a way to factor that in. But that being said, I too can support it, and I feel the applicants met the criteria under the special permit. Without any further deliberations, I will close that portion of the public hearing, and we will go to a vote. Do we have a motion from the ZBA?
I'll make a motion to approve the special permit for 146, 150 Merrimack Street, 2021-22, with the condition that the Tree Commission Chair's recommendation is implemented in coordination with the DPS prior to the grant of the occupancy permit for the structure.
Very good. Do we have a second?
I'll second that, Mr. Delisle.
Okay, motion's made by Mr. Moore and seconded by Mr. Delisle. Calling the roll. Mr. Moore.
Yes.
Mr. Delisle.
Yes.
Mr. Shannon.
Yes.
Mr. Bennett.
Yes.
Rob Champetti, I vote yes. That's 5 in the affirmative. The ayes have it. The motion carries, and the special permit is approved on 150 Merrimack Street. Thank you, Attorney Mead, and have a good evening.
Good morning, and to all of you as well.
Have a good morning. Okay, and to the great merit of our last applicant, Mr. Eric Primack, and I want to thank you, sir, for your patience, and I was adamant on trying to get to you this evening. So we are going to now just move to the last application, which is the matter of Mr. Eric Primack, or Primack. I apologize if I'm mispronouncing it. 7-9 Hancock Street. This is a matter of 2021-23, a special permit for nonconformities. Mr. Primack seeks the application, seeks permission to construct an addition over a single-story rear portion of a pre-existing non-conforming two-family structure. With that, Mr. Primack, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you for your stamina tonight, gentlemen. You can go to the first slide or second slide. So the request is, so we have a two-family house. The request is for an additional 187 square feet per side for a second floor to accommodate a little more living space and an extra bathroom on each unit. There's currently only one bathroom in each unit, in the first floor and the kitchen. The exterior footprint of the home is to remain exactly the same. The exterior dimensions to remain the same, with the exception of this addition on the second floor rear of the house. My intentions are to improve the interior while restoring the home's presence and its integrity within the neighborhood. So the existing structure is a two-family home, will be converted into 2 condominiums. Does not currently conform to front, side, or rear setbacks per zoning regulations, but the proposed addition would not intensify the existing nonconformities or result in additional ones. The existing side setbacks are 5.5 feet, 7.1 feet, and the rear is 8.7 feet. The addition on the rear section of the house would only extend to the back porch, not further out on the sides and already exists, or further out in the back. Demolition plans call just to remove the section of the rear roof to add a second story. The existing footprint and all the setbacks would remain as existing. The existing doors, all the trim associated would be restored where necessary. And as of now, I still have this. I have this with Historic as well. I have another meeting on Thursday. So currently we're looking at removing the existing siding and trim and restoring, but I know that's really probably not an an issue of concern with you guys as far as you're more concerned with the setbacks. But we will be doing nothing as far as the front section of the house. All the openings remain the same. The windows, the doors, the entrances, the exits all remain the same. You can go to the next slide. So there's the existing front elevation. So it's split down the middle, the existing, the right side elevation, left side, and the rear elevation. So we're taking that rear elevation from a pitch roof, extending it up the second story, and then converting it to a flat roof. You can go to the next. So proposed front elevation is the same. The side elevation, you can see the second story in the back with the flat roof just on that, the back section, not the rear porch, keeping that the same. Same view from the left side. And then from the rear. And there's the photos of the house. Front, side, you can see that rear section. Little closer view there. There's from the right side of the house. Tight house, no driveway, no parking. So it's, just getting a little extra square footage out of that second floor is the goal. I think that's about it. It's pretty clear cut. And I'll leave it for you for questions.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Primick. Let's go. We'll go to public comment now. Anyone who wishes to speak in support or opposition or just simply speak, just raise your hand and we will recognize you and just give your name, of course. Mr. Coulter John, you have the floor.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you. Tom Coulter John, 64 Federal Street, co-president of the Newburyport Preservation Trust. A review of this project was begun with the Newburyport Historical Commission, but not completed. This developer was asked to attend the next meeting to discuss a variety of issues in an effort to resolve them. Mr. Primick was going to look over the building carefully again and go back to the NHC. The trust respectfully requests that the zoning board continue this hearing and allow time for the applicant to return to the NHC in a good faith effort to complete the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coulter John. Recognizing Mr. Glenn Richards. Mr. Richards, you can unmute your mic and you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Glenn Richards, 6 Kent Street. And in this case, I'm commenting pretty much from my role as chair of the Historical Commission. It's correct that Mr. Primick had been to us at our prior meeting and is going to come back before us this week. And I think I heard him say a few minutes ago that it looks like he will be able to replace the vinyl siding, which is that was one of our issues. That's very encouraging. Anyway, the main thing I wanted the ZBA to hear was that I didn't hear any objection to the upward extension of the nonconformity, which is of course your issue in the rear. The applicant explained to us why the space was needed and how it's going to be used and so on. He appears to be willing to work with us to keep those historical features that are historical and should be kept, and we're hoping that in the end we'll get a good project out of this. So I hope that that spirit of cooperation and working out something that's mutually good will happen on Thursday. And it's not my impression that if you meaning the ZBA approved the upward extension of the nonconformity, that would in any way hamper our ability to continue working with the applicant to finish off, to get an agreement and for this particular project. I think that's all I need to say. Thanks.
Very good. Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? All right, seeing no further hands, I'll close that portion of the public hearing and we'll go to questions from the board. And we will start with Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very straightforward, excellent comments in public comments, especially by Mr. Richards, so I have no questions.
Thank you, Mr. Moore and Mr. Delisle.
Again, I'm going to agree with Mr. Moore. Very nice comments from Mr. Coulter-John and Mr. Richards. And I think it gave a little bit more understanding as to the process with the Historical Commission, which is good to hear about. And that's it.
Thank you. Mr. Channon.
Yeah, I had one question for the applicant, and maybe it's just out of curiosity. I noticed the new addition has a flat roof, and it's been my experience that a flat roof is a lot more expensive than a gable or dormered roof. Is there a reason that it's flat?
Well, it would cut off the windows from the back of the house. If you look at the back view,
yeah.
If we had a gable roof in the back, then you wouldn't be able to get the use out of the third floor windows.
Okay. All right. Thank you. No other questions, Chair.
Sure.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Channon and Mr. Bennett.
I have no questions on this one.
All right, I have no questions either. I think the application was thorough, and I certainly appreciate the comments from Mr. Richards and Mr. Coulter-John as well. So I will close that portion of the public hearing, and we will move to deliberations. And again, as we know well, the deliberations should tailor around the criteria for a special permit for nonconformities. And we'll just start with Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I can support this application simply because there is clearly no new nonconformity as presented, and that when you look at the modest addition to add a full-size bathroom and a little extra living space, it fits well with the existing building. It doesn't overtake it in my sense. So with respect to massing and sizing and the structure of it, I don't have a problem with that. I can't see it as any more detrimental to the neighborhood, so I can certainly support it.
Very good. Mr. Delisle.
Again, I'm going to concur with Mr. Moore. No new nonconformity, and there's nothing here in this proposal that's more detrimental to the neighborhood than what was pre-existing. I think that the addition as proposed is nice looking and may in fact actually be an improvement over the existing. So kudos to the applicant. I can support this.
All right, Mr. Channon.
I agree with my colleagues. I can support this as presented. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Bennett.
I'll make it unanimous. I agree with the comments of my colleagues.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. And I too concur. And with that, we can close this portion of the public hearing. And do we have a motion?
Mr. Delisle, I'll make the motion to approve the special permit for nonconformities for 7 through 9 Hancock Street, file number 21-23.
Bud Shagnon, second.
Thank you, Mr. Delisle's motion. Mr. Chairman, second. Calling the roll. Mr. Moore.
Yes.
Mr. Delisle.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Bennett.
Yes.
Rob Champetti, I vote yes. That's 5 in the affirmative. The ayes have it, and the motion carries. The application for special permit for nonconformities on 7-9 Hancock Street is approved. Congratulations, Mr. Primick, and
Thank you.
Thank you for your patience, and thank you all those attendees that were here this evening for your patience and your stamina. We're going to close the public hearing section, move to the business meeting on the approval of the minutes of 4/27/2021. Do we have any members of the ZBA have any comments, changes, or revisions? And in the absence of that, do we have a motion to approve? Hearing no comments, any changes or revisions? Can I have a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes for the meeting of April 27th, 2021. Mr. Delisle.
Seconded, Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Delisle's motion. Mr. Moore seconded. Calling the roll on the motion to approve the minutes of 4/20/21. 27, 2021. Mr. Moore,
Yes.
Mr. Delisle,
Yes.
Mr. Shannon,
Yes.
Mr. Bennett,
Yes.
and Rob Champetti. I vote yes, 5 in the affirmative. The ayes have it, and the minutes are approved. Thank you, gentlemen and ladies. And other updates from the chair or planning director. Given the hour, I have none. Andy?
I have none at this hour. Thank you, Chair.
I'd like to update you on that. I'm super, super tired.
Exactly.
It's my formal update. Okay, so any attendees still on the Zoom call, I want to thank you for your stamina and your patience, and everyone, ZBA, Andy, Caitlin, poor Miss Gretchen, Joy had to write all this down. Thank you guys for sticking it out. I'm glad we got through. Probably this is like the longest agenda I remember in years. So onward.
Motion.
Have a great night and have a good
Motion
morning.
to adjourn.
Yeah, and all those in favor.
Aye.
All right, the ayes have it. Meeting is adjourned. Have a good night, everyone.